subject of the following 7-part program is JFK, the assassination, the cover-up, and beyond, which will be presented by James H. Fetzer, a professor of philosophy at the University of Minnesota who teaches on its Duluth campus. Dr. Fetzer received his A.B. in philosophy from Princeton University, magna cum laude, and his Ph.D. in history and philosophy of science from Indiana University. A former commissioned officer in the Marine Corps, Dr. Fetzer organized a research group to collaborate on the investigation of the assassination of JFK during November of 1992. This is a report of the results of their individual and collective efforts.
When it comes to the assassination of JFK, don't believe anything you read or see or hear, even from me, without independent corroborating evidence. That includes what you find in the newspapers. Gary Trudeau, for example, recently devoted Doonesbury to an examination of the assassination, which he concluded, as these panels show, with a comparison of the official Warren Commission report, in which Lee Harvey Oswald, a lone, demented gunman, fires 3 shots with a high-velocity rifle from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building, scoring 2 hits, killing the president and wounding the governor of Texas, with what he refers to as a composite conspiracy scenario involving at least 4 presumably non-demented shooters who fire 8 shots and achieve the same result, but where the number of conspirators is in the hundreds. Now, the point Doonesbury is making, no doubt, is that the official Warren report provides a far simpler explanation of events in Dallas that fateful day than does a conspiracy scenario. However, simpler accounts are to be preferred only if they are also adequate. For example, the Warren Commission was never able to successfully identify either motive or means or opportunity in the case of Oswald. Within 90 seconds of the assassination, for example, he was observed on the 2nd floor of the School Book Depository building drinking a Coke by a motorcycle patrolman and by his supervisor in the School Book Depository building. But if he was on the 2nd floor drinking a Coke, he could not also have been on the 6th floor firing at the president. Plus, in order to account for all the wounds that were sustained by the president and the governor on the basis of only 2 bullets, the commission was forced to conclude that one of these bullets had entered the president's back, exited his throat, entered the governor's back, shattered a rib, exited his chest, had shattered his wrist, and wound up impacting in his thigh. A bullet which, nevertheless, turned out to be virtually free from deformity and has come to be known, therefore, as the magic bullet. 75 to 85% of the American public have remained skeptical of the Warren report and don't accept it. In fact, although Gary Trudeau does not make this point, neither does the American government. The assassination was reinvestigated by the House Select Committee on Assassinations from 1977 to 1979 and concluded that, in fact, there had been at least 2 shooters firing at least 4 bullets in Dealey Plaza on that fateful day. This scenario, in fact, is not very different from the conspiracy scenario that was advanced by Josiah Thompson in his book 6 Seconds in Dallas and covered in the Saturday Evening Post on the 2nd of November, 1967. According to Josiah Thompson's scenario, there were 3 shooters firing at the president who fired 4 shots, each of which hit. So the principal difference between the House Select Committee on Assassinations report, which had 2 assassins firing 4 shots with 2 misses, and Josiah Thompson's scenario, 3 assassins firing 4 shots, all of which hit, is that on the Josiah Thompson scenario, the assassins are better shooters who make better shots. There are several other assassination scenarios beyond Josiah Thompson's, which include, as you see here, 5-shot, 6-shot, 7-shot, 8, 9, and 10-shot scenarios. It may seem difficult to imagine that an assassination could have involved numerous conspirators firing numerous shots and that you not have learned about it from your government. But in fact, the government has been very successful at keeping secrets when it had a mind to do so. The bombing of Cambodia, for example, lasted for many months. The pilots who flew the planes knew what was going on, and certainly so did the Cambodians. Individuals at the Pentagon who were planning these raids were knowledgeable, as were officials at the CIA and at the White House. Practically the only people who did not know about the bombing of Cambodia were the American people. The Iran-Contra affair is another illustration where many individuals knew what was going on in trading arms with the Iranians in order to obtain money that was being provided to the Contras. The Iranian government knew, the Contra leaders knew, no doubt the CIA knew, the Pentagon knew. Once again, practically the only ones who did not know were the American people. Now you may be thinking that events in the Near East or in the Far East might be easy to conceal. But as a matter of fact, our government has been very successful in keeping from the American people information about events going on here in the United States. For example, we have recently discovered that for over 40 years, hundreds of American citizens have been subjected to experiments involving radioactivity, which involve cooperation between some of the best physicians and some of the best hospitals in the United States. Without any question, hundreds of people have known about this for over 4 decades, and yet you and I, the American people, have not known. So we should not, I think, suppose that merely because the assassination might have been complex, that therefore the American government would have told us. The American government can know these things and nevertheless not share them with the American people. The key to understanding the events that took place in Dealey Plaza, however, may lie in a different direction, namely with the medical evidence in this case, the history of which I'm going to trace for you. Consider the following 3-part diagram. The first version shows a blowout to the back of the president's head as the wound was observed at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. The body was transported, however, to Bethesda Naval Hospital in Washington, D.C., where an autopsy was performed that night. And the description that we find in the autopsy report is very different, of a much larger wound that now covers most of the area of the president's head. Subsequently, when the House Select Committee on Assassinations issued its report, however, the wound had mysteriously contracted and now represented only a small bullet hole in the vicinity of the crown, sometimes called the cowlick of the head. In order to have a convenient way to refer to the difference in these wounds, let me refer to the wound as it was observed at Parkland as the heel of a wound, which then expands to become a footprint at Bethesda, followed by, of course, this very small wound then, this entrance wound at the crown of the head, sometimes referred to as the cowlick in the official report of the House Select Committee. Now, the fact that the House Select Committee on Assassination concluded that there had been at least 2 gunmen and that a conspiracy had taken place in the assassination of JFK has not inhibited others from arriving at a different opinion. A series of articles that appeared in the Journal of the American Medical Association, for example, starting in May of 1992, provided interviews with 2 of the physicians who had participated in the autopsy at Bethesda and reiterated the thesis that the president had been killed by 2 shots fired from above and behind by a lone assassin. When I first discovered that this journal was publishing these articles, I found it most disturbing because the articles did not take into account all of the available relevant evidence in the case of the assassination and therefore violated a fundamental requirement of scientific reasoning, which is known as the principle of total evidence. On the contrary, what happened in these articles was the adoption of a very different methodology, which might be described as the principle of selection and elimination, selecting that evidence that agrees with a predetermined conclusion and eliminating the rest. I therefore sought out the dean of our medical school and conveyed to him my concerns. He responded by suggesting that I contact a member of the Board of Trustees of the AMA, who is on the medical faculty on our Twin Cities campus, which I did. His name was William Jaycott, and he arranged for the editor-in-chief of JAMA, George Lundberg, to contact me. When Lundberg called me, I explained to him my concern about the articles appearing in JAMA. He responded by telling me that he was only interested in the 2 shots that he alleged had hit the president. To my surprise, he expressed no interest in how many shots might have been fired that day in Dealey Plaza, nor in how the damage might have been inflicted on the governor of Texas, nor whether any other bullets had been found in Dealey Plaza. This confirmed my suspicion that the journal was being abused, primarily, it appeared, by the editor-in-chief. And as a result, I wrote a series of letters to the trustees of the AMA explaining my concerns. In the meanwhile, the journal continued to publish, and in October, published additional articles, including a handful of letters written by members of the AMA. One of these letters caught my eye. I wrote to its author, a fellow named David Mantic, and invited him to collaborate with me. It turns out that Dr. Mantic has both a PhD in physics from the University of Wisconsin and an MD from the University of Michigan with a specialty in radiology. He practices in California at a clinic in Rancho Mirage and may be the most highly qualified individual to ever study the autopsy x-rays and the photographs in the National Archives. I subsequently received a phone call from Gary Aguilar, who's a longtime student and researcher of the assassination in San Francisco, who's lectured widely. He was at the time at the Assassination Symposium in Dallas, and he called me to ask if he could become a part of our research group. He suggested that we invite to join us a woman by the name of Kathleen Cunningham, who's a registered nurse in Ocala, Florida. Kathleen has had a great deal of success obtaining documents and records under the Freedom of Information Act from the federal government, and has proven to be an invaluable resource in our research. During the course of our investigations, I discovered a person who may be the most important living witness involved with the assassination, a very well-known physician by the name of Robert B. Livingston, who was at the time of the assassination both the scientific director of the National Institute for Mental Health and of the National Institute for Neurological Diseases and Blindness. He was the highest-ranking scientist in both the Eisenhower and Kennedy administrations. He's taught at some most distinguished institutions in the country, including Stanford, Yale, Harvard, and UCLA, and founded the first department of neurosciences in the world at the University of California, San Diego, where he's professor emeritus. Another person I'd like to mention is Gerald Custer. Mr. Custer was one of the naval technicians who participated in the autopsy at Bethesda. And in fact, he took the x-rays and developed them during the actual course of the autopsy. In order to provide a background, however, for the issues that I want to pursue involving the medical evidence, I want to take us back to Dealey Plaza and the events that occurred on 22 November 1963. Prior to the transportation of the president at Parkland Hospital, where he was first observed by physicians. Most Americans are unaware that 8 or 9 motion pictures were taken of events in Dealey Plaza. Here is a diagram that reflects the different aspects of the motorcade that were covered by these different films, apart from the area shown in the dark behind the Stemmons Freeway sign, which was not covered by any motion pictures at the time this was put together in 1974. Since then, however, another film has surfaced that was taken by a fellow by the name of Charles Bronson, which actually was taken from way to the left in relation to the diagram, almost around Main Street, and actually covers that dark area behind the Stemmons Freeway sign as well. So what I want to do now is to take us back to some of this film footage of events in Dallas, Texas on that fateful day.
The weather couldn't be better. We have a brilliant sun at this moment. The wind has diminished.
When Air Force One landed at Love Field on the 22nd of November 1963, the president was completing a 3-leg trip that took him to San Antonio, Fort Worth, and Dallas, Texas. As he and the First Lady departed from the plane, they were greeted by the Mayor and Mrs. Earl Cabell of Dallas. Mrs. Cabell presented Jackie with a large bouquet of long-stemmed red roses.
A dark suit steps off directly behind. Mrs. Kennedy has been presented her bouquet of brilliant red roses, and they make a lovely contrast to the bright pink suit she is wearing. The weather couldn't be better. We have a brilliant sun at this moment, and here comes the president now. In fact, he's not in his limousine. He's departed the limousine, and he is walking. He is reaching across the fence, shaking hands with many of the people who have come here to see him. He is closely accompanied by Dallas police officers and, of course, the Secret Service. He is now shaking hands, and they are walking along the line of the fence, shaking hands with some of the hundreds of people who have come here to view their arrival. And now the President and First Lady are retreating from the fence. They're heading now for the official limousine where Governor Connolly stands, waiting their arrival so that they can make their way downtown.
The presidential limousine was driven by Secret Service agent William Greer, who was accompanied by Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman. Mrs. Kennedy and the President sat in the back. Directly in front of them were the Governor and Mrs. Connolly.
President, that suddenly he has left them and stepped into the crowd, the milling throng, and decided to shake hands and give his personal greetings. And this, once again, he did. There's the gunmetal gray limousine, blue and gray, pulling away now from the fenced area. The President and Mrs. Kennedy seated on the back seat, Governor and Mrs. Connolly on the second seats or jump seats, and then the official driver and Secret Service men are in the front seat.
The Vice President was also riding in a Lincoln convertible, but it was light blue rather than the midnight blue that the President preferred.
Bird Lane to Lemon Avenue, then travel south on Lemon to Turtle Creek, Cedar Springs, through the downtown area on Harwood to Maine, west on Maine to Houston, through the triple underpass to Stemmons Freeway, then on to...
An ugly yellow vehicle preceded the presidential limousine and was driven by Dallas Chief of Police Jesse Curry. Seated behind him was Dallas County Sheriff Bill Decker. To Decker's right was Forrest Searles, the agent in charge of the Dallas branch of the Secret Service. And in front of him, on the front seat on the passenger side, was Winston Lawson, the Secret Service agent who planned this motorcade. Crowds were large and enthusiastic, as much as 12 to 15 deep, and often spilled over into the street.
Presidential limousine is turning right from Harwood Street onto Main Street and will head west for about 3/4 of a mile toward Dealey Plaza.
As the motorcade proceeded up Main Street toward Dealey Plaza, it would make a right-hand turn onto Houston Street, and then a very sharp 120-degree turn onto Elm. The motorcycle patrolman named W.B. McLean, shown here, had the habit of leaving his microphone locked on, which led to the recording of what may be an acoustical record of the assassination, which later became important evidence for the investigation by the House Select Committee on Assassinations from 1977 to 1979.
The motorcade is now turning onto Houston Street, heading for the corner of Elm Street.
At this point, the presidential limousine on Houston is heading directly toward Elm and the Texas School Book Depository building.
The President's car is now turning onto Elm Street, and it will be only a matter of minutes before he arrives at the trademark.
I was on Simmons Freeway earlier, and even the freeway was jam-packed with spectators waiting their chance to see the president as he made his way towards the Trade Mart.
A series of shots rang out. How many? Witnesses differed. Many said 3, some said 4, some said more. Secret Service agent Clint Hill rushed forward to lend assistance. Driver William Greer accelerated the vehicle to seek emergency medical care for the president. Many in the crowd surged up on the grassy knoll, where they were met by individuals who displayed Secret Service credentials. Later, the Secret Service would deny, however, that they had any agents stationed in Dealey Plaza, apart from those who were participating in the motorcade.
Something, I repeat, has happened in the motorcade route. Stand by. The president's car is now going past me. The limousine is now...
In 1963, Dallas, Texas had one of the highest homicide rates in the country. And the physicians at Parkland Hospital, where the president would be taken, were well experienced in treating gunshot wounds.
Hospital, there has been a shooting. Parkland Hospital has been advised to stand by for a severe gunshot wound. I repeat, a shooting in the motorcade in the downtown area. Parkland Hospital has been advised to stand by for a severe gunshot wound. Secret Service man is still spread eagle over whoever is in the car, the President and Mrs. Kennedy, and as we understand, Governor and Mrs. Connolly. At this point, it looks as though it could have been one or two or even all of the people within the car may have been the victims, may have been struck by shots. We don't know. Parkland Hospital in the distance, now on Harry Hines Boulevard, following behind the motorcade. They're approaching the entrance now to Parkland Hospital, traveling at a high rate of speed. I'm pulling in now toward Parkland Hospital, coming to the approach. An officer waving me down. He's waving me around. There's a cordon. There's already a cordon of police officers running from their cars, from their vehicles here. The official party, as I can see it, pulling around toward the emergency room.
The President of the United States is dead. I have just talked to Father Oscar Hubert of the Holy Trinity Catholic Church. He and another priest tell me that the pair of men have just administered the last rites of the Catholic Church to President Kennedy. I asked the Father, is Mr. Kennedy dead? And his quote, he's dead all right. And just a few seconds ago, I talked to Thurman Ward, the Justice of the Peace of Garland. He's now here at the hospital to apparently officially declare that the Chief Executive of the United States has expired. President Kennedy has been assassinated. It's official now. The President is dead. Women here in shock, some fainted. Grown men, Secret Service men standing by the emergency room, tears streaming down their face. There's only one word to describe the picture here, and that's grief, and much of it. It's official. As of just a few moments ago, the President of the United States is dead.
When the president arrived at Parkland, he was taken inside to trauma room number 1 by a route that is described on this diagram. When Lee Harvey Oswald would be brought in 2 days later, he would be taken into trauma room number 2. This diagram describes the locations of several persons who were present during the president's treatment, including from the left, Dr. George Berkeley, United States Navy, who was the president's personal physician, Jacqueline Kennedy, Dr. Charles Crenshaw, Dr. Kemp Clark, the director of neurosurgery, Nurse Aubrey Bell, about whom more later, Dr. Malcolm Perry, who performed a tracheotomy on the President, and Dr. Robert McClellan. During the course of our inquiries, I also came in contact with Dr. Charles Crenshaw and asked him if he had ever made diagrams of his observations in trauma room number 1 that day. Much to my surprise, he reported that he had not. So in October of 1993, at my request, he made diagrams of his observations as follow. Here is his diagram of the throat wound. Notice it's a very small wound and has the characteristics of a wound of entrance. He also diagrammed the wound after the tracheotomy performed by Dr. Perry. Observed it's a very small wound with a very straight, clean incision, indicative of the high-quality work that Dr. Perry performed. Here's a side view of the President's head showing a major defect to the back of his skull. This defect is located at the place where you'd rest your head in a bathtub if you were reclining in a tub. And here, in this fourth diagram, you can see a description of its approximate size. Dr. Crenshaw characterized this wound as approximately the size of a baseball, by which he means a hard ball, or, in other words, approximately the same circumference as that of your fist when you double it up. The President was pronounced dead at 1 o'clock and was wrapped in sheets and placed into a substantial ceremonial casket. There followed considerable controversy over whether or not the President's body ought to be removed from Parkland Hospital, however, because the only offense that had occurred was the murder of an individual. At the time, there were no federal statutes against the assassination even of a president, much less other federal officials. Although the local officials wanted the President's body to be kept at Parkland, the body was forcibly removed by the Secret Service, who even brandished their weapons in getting it out of Parkland Hospital. Admiral Berkeley, the President's personal physician, asked Kemp Clark for some reports from the various physicians about the treatment that they provided to the President. And several of the physicians provided handwritten copies of the treatment that they'd provided to the President, which were given to Admiral Berkeley together with an uncompleted death certificate, which Kemp Clark signed at the time. Now, Berkeley also asked him to provide a written summary, which he did, and which you see here in this FBI summary report. Now, it's important for several reasons. One is that it is an FBI report, and second of all, that it's dated the 25th of November, 1963, which indicates that the FBI had this information already as early as that date. Now, if you take a look at the paragraphs contained in this report, first of all, it indicates that a death certificate and statements of treatment were given to Admiral Berkeley of the White House at the time they left Parkland Hospital. Then in describing, a summary here is provided describing the wounds, where Kemp Clark says that the first physician to see the President, for example, was Dr. James Carrico. Then he described two exterior wounds, one in the lower third of the anterior neck, the other in the occipital region of the skull, were noted. Through the head wound, blood and brain were extruding. Now, anterior is a medical term for the front of your neck. So if you reach up to the front of your neck, of course, you'll notice that you're feeling your throat. So another way to describe this wound is to say there was a wound to the throat and another wound to the back of the skull. Dr. Marion Jenkins, director of anesthesiology, was also present. On the second page, it describes Dr. Robert McClellan as attending surgeon who arrived to help in the President's care. Further down the page appear two crucial sentences. There was considerable loss of scalp and bone tissue. Both cerebral and cerebellar tissue were extruding from the wound. Similar testimony would be forthcoming from Perry, McClellan, Carrico, Jenkins, Crenshaw, and others present on that occasion. Gary Aguilar has now discovered more than 40 witnesses who offer similar descriptions of the President's throat and head wounds. Finally, we find that President Kennedy was pronounced dead at 1300 hours, which of course is a 24-hour clock. That would be 1 o'clock by Dr. Kemp Clark. Now, if you take a look at this diagram of a human skull, you can see that there is a very large mass of tissue that constitutes the cerebral cortex. That is most of the mass of the brain at the top. You'll notice at the bottom, however, there's a very small area, compact part of the brain, known as the cerebellum. Plus, if you look at these regions of the skull, the back of the skull is described as the occipital bone, and there's a little bony protrusion in the back of the skull, which is known as the occipital protuberance. Subsequently, you'll find that the Bethesda pathologists maintain that there had been an entry wound in the vicinity of the occipital protuberance. Now, to anyone experienced with the human brain, the appearance of cerebral and cerebellar tissue, if it were exposed or blown out, as from gunshots, would be strikingly different. The cerebellar tissue would have the appearance of gray, maggoty tissue, whereas the cerebellum would appear much more granule and have a reddish, more hamburger-like cast. So it would be very difficult to confuse the two. Here's a pictorial representation of the wound to the back of the president's head drawn by Dr. Robert McClellan, which I believe is a highly accurate representation of the way the wound appeared at Parkland. At approximately 1:35, Malcolm Kilduff, the acting press secretary, held a short press conference to announce that the president was dead.
John F. Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time today here in Dallas. He died of a gunshot wound in the brain. Dr. Berkeley told me that it's a simple matter, Tom, of a bullet right through the head.
What's most important about Malcolm Kilduff's description of the wound, no doubt, is that an entrance wound to the right temple could very easily have brought about a blowout to the back of the president's head, such as was observed by the physicians. Approximately 2 hours later, at 3:16, a press conference was held at which two of the physicians who treated the president, Dr. Kemp Clark and Dr. Malcolm Perry, were brought forward to answer questions addressed by members of the press. Dr. Perry described the president's wound several times. In this passage, for example, I noted that he was in critical condition from a wound of the neck and of the head. Immediate resuscitative measures, they asked him to go slower. The question was asked whether a tracheotomy was performed, and he affirmed that it was. Dr. Clark reports that a missile had gone in or out of the back of his head, causing extensive lacerations and loss of brain tissue. Notice the equivocation here. Dr. Clark is reporting that the missile had gone in or out of the back of the head. No doubt the appearance given by the diagrams of Dr. Crenshaw and Dr. McClellan, among others, is that that wound to the back of the head was a massive blowout or exit wound. On the next page, Dr. Perry is asked about the wound to the neck, which he describes as follows. The neck wound is visible on the patient, revealed a bullet hole almost in the midline. He repeats, a bullet hole almost in the midline in the lower portion of the neck in front. Clearly, once again, he's describing a wound to the throat. Dr. Perry is asked whether this wound could have gone through the president's head, and he responds, that would be conjecture on my part. There are two wounds, as Dr. Clark noted, one of the neck and one of the head. Whether they are directly related or related to two bullets, I cannot say. On the next page, very important testimony. Where was the entrance wound? Dr. Perry. There was an entrance wound in the neck. As regards the one in the head, I cannot say. Question, which way was the bullet coming on the neck wound? At him? Dr. Perry, it appeared to be coming at him. Observe here, Dr. Perry has now twice described the wound to the throat as a wound of entrance. There's a question about a possible rumor that LBJ had a heart attack, which turned out to be unfounded. On the next page, Dr. Perry is being pressed as to whether there were one or two bullets, and Dr. Perry is unsure as to the answer to that question, but says there could have been two just as well if the second bullet struck the head in addition to striking the neck, and I cannot tell you due to the nature of the wound. There's no way for me to tell. Another question, doctor, describe the entrance wound. You think from the front in the throat? Dr. Perry, for the third time. The wound appeared to be an entrance wound in the front of the throat. Yes, that is correct. The exit wound, I don't know. It could have been the head, or there could have been a second wound of the head. There was not time to determine this at that particular instant. The press conference didn't last very long, may have taken 20 or 30 minutes, and the description of the wounds, of a wound to the head and a wound to the throat, was very widely distributed on television and on radio. Since the president's body had been taken from Dallas and transported to Washington, D.C., where the autopsy would be performed at Bethesda Naval Hospital, There was not a great deal left to do regarding medical evidence in this case, apart from the execution of an official death certificate. Here you see the death certificate on John Fitzgerald Kennedy that was signed by Theron Ward, a Justice of the Peace, on the 6th of December 1963. Two parts of this death certificate are most important. The first is that the cause of death is described as multiple gunshot wounds of the head and neck. Multiple gunshot wounds of the head and neck. And second of all, that the injury occurred by being shot by a high-powered rifle. Shot by a high-powered rifle. Now, what's even more interesting than that death certificate is the fact that there was an earlier version which Theron Ward declined to sign. Here is a copy of that earlier version. Observe that the description of the cause of death remains the same. Multiple gunshot wounds at the head and neck. But that the description of the cause of the injury is now somewhat different. Instead of saying shot by a high-powered rifle, it now states shot by unknown assassin, singular, with high-powered rifle. That's a difference. Perhaps more important, however, than that difference, is a description of findings of the justice found at the bottom of the page, which describes two gunshot wounds. The first, near the center of the body and just above the right shoulder. That comes as some surprise now. Let me read that again. Near the center of the body and just above the right shoulder. Now that clearly appears to be a wound to the back, just above the right shoulder, which I shall identify henceforth by the symbol you find in the margin, a circle with an X in it. Anytime we find a description of a wound to the back or the back of the neck, it will be identified with that circle with an X through it. But notice that that's a very different description than the earlier description of a wound to the throat. And second of all, now observe, 1 inch to the right center of the back of the head. 1 inch to the right center of the back of the head. Now, ordinarily we'd think that a description of such a wound would identify a wound of entry. But of course, what we know from the earlier description provided by the Parkland physicians in the diagrams by Dr. McClellan and Dr. Crenshaw is that that location is the location where they observed a massive exit wound to the back of the president's head. We therefore already have encountered some of the most basic questions that need to be resolved in the assassination of the President of the United States. For example, was there an entrance wound to the President's throat? Was there an entrance wound to the President's back? Was there a wound to the President's head, and if so, where was it located? And what became of the wound to the right temple, which appeared to have been a wound of entrance that might have caused a massive blow-up to the back of his head? Theron Ward declined to sign the second version of the President's death certificate and may well have had good reasons for doing so. In part one, we traced events in Dealey Plaza the fateful day of 22 November 1963 and the treatment that the President received at Parkland Hospital. After the body was forcibly removed from Parkland, it was taken to Air Force One and flown to Andrews Air Force Base where, in a ceremonial casket where it would be transported in a Navy ambulance to Bethesda Naval Hospital for an autopsy that would be conducted by two naval officers, Commander James Humes, assisted by J. Thornton Boswell, and a lieutenant colonel from the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, Lieutenant Colonel Pierre Fink. The wounds as they would be described at Bethesda as a result of the autopsy would be very different than those that were described at Parkland. You recall from the diagram that the wound at Parkland appeared to have the appearance of a heel, what I call the heel shot. But by the time the autopsy is complete, the description of that wound had grown considerably, and now it appeared to have the characteristics of a footprint. Let's take a look at this autopsy report, which you see was conducted by Humes, Boswell, and Fink. They arrived at the conclusion that the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. The autopsy report is interesting, especially for the first part called the clinical summary. The clinical summary begins by describing that President John F. Kennedy was riding in an open car in a motorcade during an official visit to Dallas, Texas on 22 November 1963. The President was sitting in the right rear seat with Mrs. Kennedy seated on the same seat to his left. Sitting directly in front of the President was Governor John B. Connally of Texas, and directly in front of Mrs. Kennedy sat Mrs. Connally. The vehicle was moving at a slow rate of speed down an incline into an underpass that leads to a freeway, headed to the Trade Mart where the President was to deliver an address. But notice now the second paragraph. 3 shots were heard and the President fell forward, bleeding from the head. Governor Connally was seriously wounded by the same gunfire. That's all very interesting because it creates the possibility that the governor might have literally been hit by the same gunfire. According to newspaper reports, the Washington Post, November 23, 1963, Bob Jackson, a Dallas Times-Herald photographer, said he looked around as he heard the shots and saw a rifle barrel disappearing into a window on an upper floor of the nearby Texas School Book Depository building. This paragraph is very odd for at least 3 reasons. First, it presents rumors and speculations as though they were the results of a serious investigation. But the assassination had occurred only the day before. The investigation had just begun. Some of these claims, such as the number of shots that were fired, have remained controversial to this day, and others, such as that the President fell forward, are known to be false. Second, even if the body might disclose how many times the President had been hit, it could not reveal how many shots had been fired, nor the number or locations of those who may have fired them. A properly conducted autopsy is intended to provide a scientific foundation for separating truth from fiction. But by including this paragraph as part of the report, that function was severely compromised. Third, the autopsy lasted from around 7 or 7:30 p.m. on the 22nd to the early hours of the 23rd, long before the Washington Post hit the street. You might have thought that the Post would want to publish the findings of these pathologists, but instead these pathologists published a story from the Post. It conjures up the image of Humes, Boswell, and Fink rushing to pick up a copy of a newspaper to discover what they should say in their autopsy report, which is absurd. The effect, however, was to incorporate what would become the official government theory of the assassination within the report itself, which could later be cited as providing proof for conjectures masquerading as facts. In logic, this practice is known as begging the question. In addition, in the next paragraph, there's a description of conversation with Malcolm Perry on November 23rd. According to pathologists, they only talked to Dr. Perry on the 23rd, and yet that's contrary to normal practice. The physicians insisted that they only learned of the wound to the throat after the autopsy itself was complete, when they called Dr. Perry the morning of the 23rd after the body had been taken away. This would turn out to be quite crucial to understanding the nature of the autopsy, because the physicians would claim that learning of the wound to the throat provided an explanation for something they otherwise had been unable to explain, namely where the wound to the back had exited. The description on the next page clearly describes a wound to the back. Situated on the upper right posterior thorax, just above the upper body of the scapula, there's a 7x4 millimeter oval wound. Notice I'm using that symbol to indicate each time we talk about the wound. And now they describe a wound to the throat in addition. Situated in the lower anterior neck, remember that's the throat, at approximately the level of the 3rd or 4th tracheal rings, is a 6.5 centimeter long transverse wound with widely gaping irregular edges. Now, notice this description is very different than the wound as it was observed at Parkland. Remember Dr. Frenshaw's diagram of a very small wound, and even after the tracheotomy, it was a very small wound with a straight incision. Here we find a large, gaping, irregular wound, very different. As you go down to the description missile wounds, we're talking about a large, irregular defect of the scalp and skull on the right, involving chiefly the parietal bone, but extending somewhat into the temporal and occipital regions. Notice before the wound was right in the back of the head, approximately the circumference of your fist when you double it up. Now it's grown, it's increased, and it has assumed the proportions of the footprint. In fact, that diagram of the footprint wound was reconstructed based upon the autopsy report by David Lifton, who provided the diagrams that I've been showing you of the 3 ways the wounds are described side by side. When you turn the page, you'd find that the description of the wounds, the wound to the head seems to tax the verbal abilities of the physicians, and they literally say, the complexity of these fractures and the fragments thus produce tact-satisfactory verbal description and are better appreciated in photographs and rentgenogram x-rays which are prepared. So the physicians themselves here are referring those who would read the autopsy report to a series of photographs and x-rays that were taken during the autopsy. The rentgenograms. X-rays are subsequently described here as revealing minute metallic fragments in a line corresponding, and they describe a line. I'll show you later a diagram that indicates it, a line of fragments in the head that's very suggestive of a bullet wound to the head. They also describe two metallic fragments described as 7 by 2 millimeters and 3 by 1 millimeter that were turned over to two agents for the Federal Bureau of Investigation by the name of Francis O'Neill and James Seibert, who actually signed a receipt for those fragments. Then you find the description now in this paragraph number 2 of the wound to the back, which is said here to be a wound presumably of entry, that is supposed to have passed through the back of the president and through certain muscle tissues without hitting any bony tissue, and then to have exited through the throat. And notice the description here of the wound presumably of exit is supposed to be the same one described by Dr. Malcolm Perry of Dallas in the lower anterior cervical region, really meaning, of course, in the lower front part of the throat. This is the place, the location at which the physicians actually effect their inference, as they would explain it later before the Warren Commission and other bodies reviewing the autopsy, that they had made an inference, given that the body was gone and they had just now learned of the wound to the throat from Dr. Perry the following morning, that they concluded that it had to have been a single bullet that transited through the president's body from the back to the throat. On the bottom of the next page, it reports that the photographs, black and white and color photographs, were exposed but not developed and were turned over to Agent Roy Kellerman of the U.S. Secret Service, who executed a receipt therefor. At the top of the next page, we find that the x-rays, which were both exposed and developed, were also turned over to Secret Service agent Roy Kellerman, who executed another receipt therefor. Finally, we arrive at a summary. The deceased died as a result of two perforating gunshot wounds inflicted by high-velocity projectiles fired by a person or person unknown. The projectiles were fired from a point behind and somewhat above the level of the deceased. The observations and available information do not permit a satisfactory estimate as to the sequence of these two wounds. A fatal missile entered the skull above and to the right of the external occipital protuberance. A portion of the projectile traversed the cranial cavity in a posterior anterior back to front direction, depositing minute particles along its path. So notice here we now have a description of two wounds, both of which are now supposed to have been fired from above and behind. Recall now the Parkland press conference, Dr. Perry described a wound to the throat that was fired from in front, and we had a large gaping wound to the back of the head that was evidently a wound of exit. At this point, however, the autopsy physicians have concluded quite to the contrary, that the wound to the throat was actually an exit wound for a bullet that entered the back of the president's right shoulder, and that the wound to the head was in fact one that entered in the back of the head and came forward. There's also a description of cerebrum, skull, and scalp that is related to the head wound, but there's no description here of extruding cerebellum. So the extruding cerebellum tissue that was witnessed by many physicians at Parkland is not described here as a part of this autopsy report. The description of the other wound now is contained in this paragraph. The other missile entered the right superior posterior thorax. That's about the level of your right shoulder, close to the neck, and traversed the tissues here, soft tissues passing through from back to front without hitting any hard bony tissue and exiting through the throat and continuing to do whatever the missile may have continued to do. So what we find in this autopsy report in the summary, no mention of cerebellum tissue, high shoulder wound coming out the throat, and of course an entrance wound to the back of the head. The description of the wounds given in the Bethesda autopsy report, in other words, now closely corresponds to the description of the two wounds we find in the death certificate that was prepared in Dallas for Therod Warren, but which he refused to sign. There were several curious features about the autopsy, apart from the discrepancies between the description of the wounds as they were observed at Bethesda and as they were observed at Parkland. For example, 3 pieces of bone were brought into the autopsy while it was being conducted. One was a rather large piece that looked a great deal like the piece I'm going to show you now, but was not this piece. The piece I'm showing you now was discovered by a medical student by the name of William Harper the day after the assassination, about 5:30 p.m., long after the autopsy had been completed. Harper took this fragment to his uncle, who was a physician at Southern Methodist University, and he and a colleague examined it and took photographs of it and determined that it appeared to be a piece of occipital bone missing from the back of a human head. Now, that corresponds closely with the funeral director's report that when he prepared the body for burial at Bethesda Hospital, there was a large gaping wound to the back of the head which had to be filled in with plaster of Paris, but that it was not noticeable when the head reclined on a pillow because it couldn't be seen. That's very consistent, however, with the descriptions at Parkland of that large defect to the back of the head. Here's a diagram that Boswell prepared, one of two diagrams he prepared. The other was a close-up of the hole in the skull where he had a sketch of where these bone fragments might possibly have been fitted in. And what's important about this diagram for our purpose at the moment is the location of the back wound. Notice in relation to the circle with the X where that location is. It's far down from the neck on the right, okay? It's about 6 inches down from the collar on the right, and does not appear to be at a location where, if it were fired from above and behind, it could possibly have exited through the throat. Here's another description of the wound with photographs of the shirt that the president was wearing and his jacket. We find a description here of measurements that were performed by Robert Frazier of the FBI, who describes a hole through the president's jacket that was found to lie 5 3/8 inches below the top of the collar and 1 3/4 inches to the right of the midline. When you consider the location of the holes in the shirt and the jacket, it is very difficult to imagine that a bullet which entered at that location on the president's back could possibly have exited through his throat. Take a look now at the death certificate on the president that was executed by the president's personal physician, Admiral Berkeley. This is the third death certificate on President Kennedy. And notice the description given here of the wound other than the head wound. He says, a second wound occurred in the posterior back at about the level of the third thoracic vertebrae. Well, if you look on the lower left here, the diagram, a third thoracic vertebrae, again, is at a location fairly far down and away from the neck. You can see it corresponds almost exactly to the location of the jacket and the shirt as to where the wound occurred, and also corresponds with Boswell's diagram. If you look on the right, you can see one way in which apologists for the official version of the autopsy have sought to account for this discrepancy by suggesting that perhaps the president's jacket was bunched up so that the location that is shown by the shirt and the jacket does not actually correspond to the location in the body. But that, of course, is contradicted by the president's personal physician's death certificate and by all the other evidence we've seen. Plus, when you study the Zapruder film, as we'll have a chance to do later, there's no indication that his jacket was bunched up like that. Now, if that isn't enough to satisfy you, here's an excerpt from an FBI report on December 9, 1963 that describes the wound the following way. Medical examination of the president's body revealed that one of the bullets had entered just below his shoulder to the right of the spinal column at an angle of 45 to 60 degrees downward, that there was no point of exit, and that the bullet was not in the body. All of that seems to be very consistent evidence that the location of the wound to the back was not where the autopsy pathologist subsequently claimed it was located, and does not provide support for the conjecture that the wound that entered the back passed through the body and exited through the throat. In fact, that's not the only evidence we have that the pathologists actually knew about the wound to the throat long before they claimed to know. The Parkland press conference, for example, was widely publicized on radio and television, reporting repeatedly a wound to the throat. Second of all, other witnesses have testified about many phone calls between Parkland and Bethesda. Most recently, the testimony to the Warren Commission of Lieutenant Commander Ebersol, who was the officer who was participating in the radiology and the x-rays of the president, who indicated several phone calls. Plus, Nurse Aubrey Bell at Parkland Hospital reported that the morning of the 23rd, when Malcolm Perry came in, that she had never seen anyone who looked so dejected, that they had kept him up all night trying to persuade him to change his description of the wound to the throat from that of an entrance wound to an exit wound. All this evidence seems very powerful indication that the physician, in fact, had knowledge of the wound to the throat long before they acknowledge having had that knowledge. If we want any more confirmation of this circumstance, however, we have it from Dr. Robert Livingston, who, as I have previously indicated, was the highest-ranking scientist in both the Eisenhower and Kennedy administrations, and who, after learning of a wound to the throat through radio and television broadcasts, made a phone call over to Bethesda Naval Hospital and actually spoke with Commander Humes. This is a tape that Dr. Livingston prepared at my request. Listen to what he has to say.
Now, what seems most relevant from my personal experience is that on that same evening, before the President's body on Air Force One had arrived at Andrews Air Force Base, I telephoned the Bethesda Naval Hospital. I believe the call was made before the plane arrived because I recollect that it was following that call that I watched Robert S. McNamara, Bob McNamara, a long-standing, since 1952, mountain climbing and hiking companion of mine, received the Kennedy entourage and the casket being lowered on a forklift from the rear of the Air Force One onto the field tarmac. Inasmuch as I was scientific director of two of the institutes at the NIH, both institutes pertinent to the matter of the President's assassination and brain injury, the Navy hospital operator and the officer on duty put me through to speak directly with Dr. Humes, Dr. Commander James Humes, who was waiting to perform the autopsy. After introductions, we began a pleasant conversation. He told me that he had not heard much about reporting from Dallas and from Parkland Hospital. I told him that the reason for making such an importuning call was to stress that the Parkland Hospital physician's examination of President Kennedy revealed what they reported to be a small wound in the neck, closely adjacent to and to the right of the trachea. I explained that I had knowledge from the literature on high-velocity wound ballistics research, in addition to considerable personal combat experience examining and repairing bullet and shrapnel wounds. I was confident that a small wound of that sort had to be a wound of entrance, and that if it were a wound of exit, it would almost certainly be widely blown out with cruciate or otherwise wide tearing outward ruptures of the underlying tissues and skin. It probably would also have ruptured the trachea or penetrated it. I stressed to Dr. Humes how important it was that the autopsy pathologists carefully examine the President's neck to characterize that particular wound and to distinguish it from the neighboring tracheostomy wound. I went on to presume further that the neck wound would probably not have anything to do with the main cause of death, massive disruptive brain injury, because of the angle of bullet trajectory and the generally upright position of the President's body sitting up in the limousine. Yet, I said carefully, if that wound were confirmed to be a wound of entry, it would prove beyond peradventure of doubt that that shot had been fired from in front. Hence that if there were shots from behind, there had to have been more than one gunman. Just at that moment, there was an interruption in our conversation. Dr. Humes resumed after a pause of a few seconds to say, quote, "The FBI will not let me talk any further," end quote. I wished him good luck, and the conversation was ended. My wife can be good witness to that conversation because we shared our mutual distress over the terrible events, and she shared with me my considerations weighing the decision to call over to the Bethesda Naval Hospital. The call originated in the kitchen of our home in Burning Tree Road in Bethesda, with her being present throughout. After the telephone call, I exclaimed to her my dismay over the abrupt termination of my conversation with Dr. Humes. Though through the intervention of the FBI, I wondered aloud why they would want to interfere with a conversation between physicians relative to the problem of how best to investigate and interpret the autopsy. Now, with knowledge of the apparently prompt and massive control of information that was imposed on assignment of responsibility for the assassination of President Kennedy, I can appreciate that the interruption may have been far more pointed than I presumed at that time. I conclude, therefore, on the basis of personal experience, that Dr. Humes did have his attention drawn to the specifics and significance of President Kennedy's neck wound prior to his beginning the autopsy. His testimony that he only learned about the neck wound on the day after completion of the autopsy, after he had communicated with Dr. Perry in Dallas by telephone means that he either forgot what I told him, although he appeared to be interested and attentive at the time, or that the autopsy was already under explicit non-medical control.
I spoke with Dr. Livingston's former wife as to whether she recollected this particular conversation. She told me she didn't recall that specific conversation, but she did recall a telephone call he had received from Bethesda asking him to describe the difference between a throat and an entrance wound to the throat and an exit wound to the throat. Now, given her description of her recollection, it may be that she simply selectively remembered part of the conversation that Dr. Livingston had with Commander Humes, because such a description was a part of that conversation. These are by no means the only indications of irregularity in the autopsy of JFK. When we go through the supplemental autopsy report, for example, we find a gross description of the brain characterizing the brain as following formalin fixation, weighing 1,500 grams. Well, I've discussed this matter with Dr. Livingston, who is a world authority on the human brain, and he assures me that the typical weight for an adult human brain is 1,300 to 1,400 grams. Plus, when you consider that a large amount of this brain was shot out, described as shot out in Dallas by the physicians there, it's very difficult to imagine how this brain could possibly have weighed anything near 1,500 grams. In addition, as we proceed down through these other paragraphs, we find the description of the brain suggests that the left cerebral hemisphere is intact and that the right cortex, there's damage to the right cortex, but yet there's no description here of any damage to the cerebellum. So that fundamental observation which was made at Dallas is not corroborated by this supplemental report. Again, at the top of the second page, we find black and white and color photographs have been exposed but not developed, and that they've been turned over by hand to Rear Admiral Berkeley, the White House physician. What's also interesting here is the description of the kidneys. Sections show no significant abnormalities aside from dilation and engorgement of blood vessels of all calibers. But what's intriguing is the omission of any description of the adrenal glands. This was of great interest to many physicians because Jack Kennedy was widely believed to be suffering from Addison's disease, which is a disease of adrenal gland insufficiency, which could have been confirmed here by the autopsy report, and yet it remains silent on this point. Finally, of course, we get the transmitting orders from Captain Stover, who was a commanding officer of the medical school, and Admiral Galloway, who was the commanding officer of the Naval Medical Center. So this report was forwarded to the President's personal physician. Kathleen Cunningham, as I have indicated, has been very successful in obtaining documents and records, and one of the most important she provided to me was a copy of the autopsy report on J.D. Tippit. You may recall that Officer Tippit was also shot and killed in Dallas that day. And what we have here is a rather remarkable document that begins, you'll notice, with no clinical summary. There's no clinical summary or speculations about the shooters involved or where the shots were fired from or how many shots were fired. In the case of this autopsy report, there's no quoting of newspapers or other rumors. Rather, it begins directly with an external examination of a well-developed white male measuring 5 foot 11 inches in length and weighing 175 to 80 pounds and so forth. It's very professional, very straightforward, very exact. This autopsy report is quite complete. The brain is described as weighing 1,350 grams. The kidneys here are clearly described as weighing together 350 grams, but more importantly, it includes a description of the adrenal glands, which are said to be not remarkable. The summary on the next page, gunshot wound to the head. You turn the page and we find very exact measurements of the location of these wounds. It turns out that Officer Tippit was shot 3 times in the body and once in the head. Interestingly, turn the page, we see descriptions again on standard diagrams of the shots to the body. And you can begin to perceive the location of the shot to the head. When you turn the page, you discover that Officer Tippit was shot in the right temple at approximately the same location that Malcolm Kilduff described President Kennedy as having been shot, which may not be completely coincidental. Then we have additional information about the toxicological reports and so forth on Officer Tippit. What's so striking here, I think, is that the study of that autopsy report is so very different and far more professional than that which was done on President Kennedy. Perhaps most important to observe is that the pathologist who conducted this was Earl F. Rose, who is a very famous, world-famous forensic pathologist. And if the body had remained in Dallas, then Earl Rose would have completed the autopsy on John Fitzgerald Kennedy. As we all know, President Johnson did not waste time in forming a commission to investigate the assassination of President Kennedy. The assassination occurred on the 22nd of November, and he appointed the commission on November 29th, exactly a week later. The composition of the commission is rather unusual, consisting of 5 Republicans and 2 Democrats, both Southerners, Richard Russell and Hale Boggs. The most sympathetic member of the commission in relation to the policies of President Kennedy, no doubt, was Chief Justice Earl Warren, and yet that was a very unusual appointment to make, realizing that the Chief Justice is the head of the American judicial system. Suppose that the investigations of the commission had led to the discovery of evidence suitable for bringing charges in a court of law. No doubt in a case of this kind, it would have been of such magnitude that it would eventually have made its way before the Supreme Court. And yet now the Chief Justice had been compromised by his participation in the investigation and therefore could not be a member of the court in reviewing such evidence. It's also interesting to observe that Allen Dulles was appointed to the commission. Allen Dulles had been fired from the Central Intelligence Agency, removed as its director by John Kennedy in the aftermath of the Bay of Pigs, the attempted invasion of Cuba, and it's very odd that he should have been appointed by LBJ to participate. I think you begin to understand the nature of the Warren Commission report when you realize that the report itself, summarizing the findings, was published on September 27, 1964, and the 26 volumes of supporting evidence, testimony, and exhibits was published on November 23, 1964, because an interesting event occurred in the meanwhile, namely the election, the presidential election of 1964. As a number of students of the assassination have observed, the evidence in the 26 volumes also appeared to contradict the summary findings that were presented as conclusions of the report. Perhaps the most important early work on this subject being that by Sylvia Marr, Accessories After the Fact, which was published already in 1967. It's also interesting to observe that the Warren Commission was never successful in establishing that Lee Harvey Oswald had either the motive or the means or the opportunity to assassinate the president. With respect to motive, his wife Marina reported that Lee Harvey Oswald admired Jack and Jackie and thought that they were fine people and had no particular animosity toward them. As far as means is concerned, the rifle that was alleged to have been used was a cheap World War II Italian rifle, a bolt-action rifle that seemed to be a very poor choice for use in an assassination of this kind. And third, within 90 seconds of the assassination, Lee Harvey Oswald had been observed on the second floor of the Texas School Book Depository building drinking a Coke in a lunchroom by Officer Marion Baker, a motorcycle patrolman who rushed into the Dallas Book Depository building, and Roy Truly, who was Oswald's supervisor. It's very unlikely that Oswald could possibly have been on the second floor drinking a Coke where he was observed if he'd also been on the sixth floor shooting at the president. Now, the evidence that was presented by the Warren Commission was very interesting. Apparently, Earl Warren was shown copies of the photographs and was so horrified by them that he refused to allow them to be shared by the other members of the commission, who instead relied upon drawings. Here's an example of one of the drawings that was used by the commission. As you can see, it's consistent with the Bethesda autopsy report of a bullet entering in the back of the head in the vicinity of the occipital protuberance and passing through the entire head and blasting out a huge amount of the skull, such as resembles in a general way the configuration described by the footprint. Here's a second set of diagrams now that relates that description of the head wound to its presumptive entry in the back of the head. And notice too now the location of the wound to the back. Notice how high up it is and how it's located really in the lower part of the neck rather than in the vicinity of the third thoracic vertebrae where Admiral Berkeley positioned it and where the shirt and the jacket located and where Boswell's diagram indicated it was placed. And notice too now on this next diagram how that transit is supposed to have taken place from the back of the neck through the president's musculature not hitting any bony tissue and emerging through the throat. This is the way in which the so-called magic bullet or single bullet, which is alleged to have done all the damage to Jack, 2 wounds in Jack and 5 wounds in Connolly, is supposed to have taken place according to the Warren report. Now you might think that there'd be a difficulty here in coping with all of the eyewitness testimony to the contrary, especially, for example, that of Malcolm Perry, whom you'll recall asserted on 3 different occasions during the Parkland press conference that the wound to the throat had been an entrance wound. However, we find how the junior counsel to the commission, Arlen Specter, coped with that problem by postulating a hypothetical question that he fashioned here. Notice on this display that he invites the attention of Malcolm Perry to the reference to the presence of a wound on the upper right posterior thorax, and of course again it's indicated by the circle with an X. So he's inviting his attention to the back wound, to a description of the back wound. And then he goes ahead and postulates, introduces certain assumptions. First he says, assuming that was a point of entry of a missile, assuming still further that the missile which struck the president at that spot was a 6.5 millimeter jacketed bullet shot from a rifle at a distance of 160 to 250 feet, having a muzzle velocity of approximately 2,000 feet per second. And incidentally, of course, this set of assumptions relates the question, the description of the wound, to the position, the alleged sniper's nest in the Texas School Book Depository building, which was less than 100 yards from where this wound is presumed to have been inflicted. And the muzzle velocity of 2,000 feet per second is the muzzle velocity of a Mannlicher Carcano, the kind of rifle that Oswald is alleged to have used. Then he says, if that had entered in the back, and if it had been fired by such a weapon, and if it had been passing at such rate, and then it had exited from the president's throat in the wound which you have described in the midline of his neck, then Specter asks, would your findings and observations as to the nature of the wound on the throat be consistent with the set of facts I just presented? What essentially Specter has done is said, now if you assume that the wound to the back was a wound of entry, and if you assume that it passes through the muscles, it doesn't hit any bones, exited through the throat, then would it be correct to say that the wound to the throat was a wound of exit? And of course, Malcolm Perry concedes that the wound could have been inflicted that way, but that he was not in the position to attest or vouch for the veracity of the factors that he had been asked to assume. The problem is that anything can be proven by assumption. Suppose, for example, that Arlen Specter wanted to convey the impression that you believe the United States Senate is populated by aliens from outer space. Then he might question you as follows. Assume that George Mitchell is an alien from outer space. Assume that Dianne Feinstein is an alien from outer space, and so forth until assume that Bob Dole is an alien from outer space, and assume that Arlen Specter is an alien from outer space. Then he'd ask you to make one more assumption, namely that those are all the members of the United States Senate. He could then ask, would the conclusion that every member of the United States Senate is an alien from outer space be consistent with those assumptions? And of course you'd respond that it was, but that you were not in the position to vouch for or verify the factors you had been asked to assume. That is Arlen Specter pulling verbal rabbits out of verbal hats. In addition, it's interesting that the assumptions that were made here about the rifle do describe the Mannlicher Carcano, but that the wounds themselves are characterized as having been inflicted by a high-velocity weapon. The reason this is interesting is that high-velocity weapons have muzzle velocities of 2,500 feet per second or higher, which means that the Mannlicher Carcano, alleged to have been used by Oswald to commit the assassination, was not a high-velocity weapon. So if the wounds were in fact inflicted by high-velocity missiles, as the official autopsy report in the Warren Commission would conclude, then Oswald has in fact been vindicated as the assassin. Several students of the assassination have made this observation, including Peter Model and Robert Groden in their book JFK, The Case for Conspiracy, which was published in 1976. It's also interesting that the Parkland transcript, in which Malcolm Perry repeatedly asserted that the wound to the throat was a wound of entry, was not made available to the Warren Commission. In those transcripts where they discuss the problem, it's pointed out that the press that has been covering the assassination, in this instance, I believe CBS, had over 200 hours of videotape which had yet to be transcribed and cataloged. And therefore, the explanation was given that it couldn't be made available because they had to process 200 hours of tape. But notice, if you stop and think about it, that Parkland transcript would have had to be among the very first, perhaps the first half an hour of that 200 hours of tape. So that's hardly a reasonable explanation for why the Parkland transcript of the Parkland press conference was not made available to the Warren Commission. In his remarkable book, Who Killed Kennedy, which was published already in 1964, Thomas Buchanan has observed what may be the most remarkable aspect of the Commission's inquiry, namely, that no matter how the evidence may have changed, the government's conclusions remained the same. In many of those cases in which the evidence did not conform to those conclusions, it appears to have been either distorted or ignored. The Commission's own reconstruction of the magic bullet theory is a case in point. As photographs appearing in the Warren Report and a recent story in U.S. News disclosed, the staff not only did not use the Lincoln limousine in which the President was riding or another vehicle of the same kind, but actually employed the Secret Service Cadillac, a vehicle of a completely different make with a different configuration of passenger compartment and seats, to reconstruct the crime of the century. This may seem preposterous, but that is what was done, as these photographs display. A more blatant case of the fabrication of evidence would be difficult to conceive. What then are we left as our legacy from the Warren Commission study? Well, it's well portrayed here in this diagram of the magic bullet theory, where a bullet from an assassin's gun about 60 feet high from the 6th floor of the school book depository building enters the back about 5 3/4 inches below the collar, made a sharp left-hand move through his body in order to exit at his throat, approximately the level of his tie, went on to enter the back of Governor Connally, pass through his body, shatter a rib, exit and impact with his right wrist, and then wind up being deflected in his thigh, where the bullet nevertheless suffered no deformity. You'll notice here a photograph of this practically pristine bullet known as the magic bullet. Surely any bullet that could have inflicted all of those wounds and suffer so little damage would indeed have been magical. In part two, we discovered that the Bethesda autopsy report redescribed the wounds quite differently than they had been observed at Parkland Hospital. And here you see once again in our three-part diagram the way in which they were described at Parkland as the heel shot, but now they'd grown into a very large footprint shot by the time the Bethesda autopsy was completed. A view of the wounds which was adopted by the Warren Commission and perpetuated in its report, which claimed, of course, that only 3 shots had been fired by a single lone assassin, firing from above and beyond, one of which missed, one of which hit the President in the back and passed through and exited his throat and did all the damage to inflicted 5 wounds in Governor Connally, the other of which hit the President in the head and killed him. Well, the situation here was very disturbing, and large segments of the American people were dissatisfied by the Warren Commission's report, and especially perhaps by the magic bullet theory, which seemed to raise more questions than it answered. In the late 70s, in fact, the investigation of the assassination was reopened by a special committee of the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which undertook a study of the assassination from 1977 to 1978 and published its report in 1979. The HSCA inquiry had a rather turbulent history. There were 3 different chairmen of the House Select Committee and 3 different chief counsels, the last being a fellow by the name of Robert Blakey, who'd spent a lot of time at the Department of Justice investigating organized crime, and who was very much a proponent of the view that organized crime had a major role to play in the assassination of President Kennedy. Now, here you see a summary of major features of the House report. It was critical of the Bethesda autopsy for numerous reasons, including the failure to measure the wounds from proper reference points. In fact, the descriptions that Humes and Boswell gave of the wounds made it very difficult to locate exactly where those wounds were supposed to have occurred. Second, failure to dissect and track the alleged back to neck wound. Humes claimed it would have been criminal to dissect the neck, but as a matter of fact, it was called for by the Armed Forces Institute for Pathology autopsy guidelines, and it was completely irresponsible not to do so. Third, inadequate background and training of the autopsy physicians with respect to the evaluation of deaths from gunshots. Neither Humes nor Boswell had experience in dealing with gunshot victims. And while Pierre Fink did have some experience in dealing with gunshots, he spent most of his time not performing autopsies, but rather reviewing files for their accuracy and completeness. Moreover, when Commander Humes was asked about his experience with gunshot wounds before the Warren Commission, he gave an evasive answer describing his experience with deaths due to violence, such as in domestic disputes and the like, but never acknowledged that, in fact, he had no experience with gunshot wounds. The failure to retain original notes, which Humes destroyed, this is one of the very striking irregularities in the case of the autopsy. Commander Humes destroyed what appears to have been his first draft, the original draft of his autopsy notes, evidently on orders from the President's personal physician, who insisted that he provide a signed statement indicating he had destroyed those notes. One possible explanation for which may be the desire to have a description of three shots fired from a tall building in Dallas as a part of the autopsy report, which of course we found incorporated into that clinical summary with reference to an article in the Washington Post. And finally, failure to examine the clothing in relation to the wounds. Astonishing as it may seem, Humes and Boswell and Fink did not have the shirt and the jacket worn by Jack Kennedy at the time of the assassination available to them during the autopsy. That, of course, is inexcusable and violates standard guidelines about the examination of the victims of gunshots in relation to their clothing. Perhaps most interestingly, largely on the basis of the acoustical evidence that I indicated was recorded inadvertently in Dealey Plaza at the time of the assassination, the House concluded that John Kennedy was probably assassinated as a result of a conspiracy, where he was killed by 2 shots from above and behind, as a Warren report suggested, that these were fired from the Texas School Book Depository, and that Lee Harvey Oswald probably fired them, again as the Warren Commission concluded, but that at least one other shot was fired, probably from the grassy knoll, that other shot missed, and that the other gunmen or co-conspirators remain unknown. Thus, the acoustical evidence actually supported a minimum of 4 shots having been fired, but on discussions I've had with Robert Groden, who is an advisor to the House committee, he indicates to me that there are, in fact, probably 6 and possibly as many as 7 gunshot sounds that are detectable on the basis of the acoustical evidence. When the House returned to Dealey Plaza to take exact sound measurements of the acoustical evidence, they only actually tested the sounds made by rifles being fired from 2 different positions, which meant that it was impossible for them to conclude on the basis of their own investigation that shots had been fired from more than 2 locations, simply because they did not actually test for shots, the sounds of shots fired from more than 2 locations. The official finding, however, was that at least 2 gunmen had been involved and that the assassination had been a conspiracy. Once again, the investigation was conducted on the basis of diagrams rather than actual photographs. But in this case, the diagrams were a much higher quality. Consider, for example, this diagram, which was prepared by an artist by the name of Ida Docks. This is a diagram of the back of the president's head. Notice how clearly it reveals what had been the massive defect to the back of the head. The heel shot described at Parkland has now changed. It no longer corresponds to the much larger footprint that was observed at Bethesda, but now has become instead a very small hole. If you want to contrast this diagram with an actual photograph, take a look here at the back of the head. This is an actual autopsy photograph that is in the National Archives, or what purports to be an autopsy photograph. Many students have noticed, however, that if you look in the crown or cowlick of the head for that gunshot wound, it's very difficult to discern it in the photograph. Here's another drawing, this one of the throat, and notice how it's a large, irregular, torn-out throat wound. Looks much more like an exit wound now than it did when Charles Crenshaw observed it in Parkland. Here you have a stare of death photograph that shows what the throat is supposed to have looked like. No one denies a tracheotomy was performed at Parkland, but it is difficult to imagine why such a procedure would have been required if his throat had looked like this. Incidentally, the differences here between the way the wounds were described at Parkland and at Bethesda and the way they appear here in these photographs has led some students of the assassination, such as David Lifton, to conjecture that some alteration took place to the body between the time that the president was pronounced dead at Parkland and the time that the autopsy was performed at Bethesda. But there may be an alternative explanation. Surely either the body was altered or the x-rays and photographs were faked or fabricated or changed. At the very least, the inconsistencies are so great that one or the other of those alternatives appears to be extremely reasonable as an explanation for the discrepancies in their description. Take a look here now at the back wound. This is fairly controversial because a number of eyewitnesses report that this location shown on the Idodox drawing was not actually that of the back wound, but rather that of a blood clot that remained on the body. Here's the actual photograph, or what purports to be an autopsy photograph of the president's back, and you notice where that blood clot or possible wound appears is actually rather different from the location that the House Select Committee specified, which is indicated by the circle with an X on it. Moreover, you'll notice another indentation of the president's back much farther down on the ruler, about 10 inches down on the ruler, which may have been an old scar, but also could possibly be a wound from a bullet that is otherwise inexplicable. If you take a look also at the appearance of the head, some students of photography have suggested that this appearance is very peculiar and that if you turn the photograph upside down, that it appears to be in proper perspective. In other words, the parts of the head that are in focus and out of focus is quite anomalous in this particular photograph. But if you turn it upside down, then it looks as though what you have actually is a scalp that's been inserted on top of the body upside down. Well, that's very peculiar, of course, and raises lots of questions. The House, nevertheless, proceeded on the assumption that the photographs and x-rays were authentic and that the eyewitnesses who described the wounds in different ways were wrong, even though they were many in number. As I have previously indicated, Gary Aguilar has now discovered 40 eyewitnesses who testified to that large blown-out wound in the back of the head, and whose testimony is generally consistent with the wounds as they were seen at Parkland. I mentioned Robert Blakey was the chief counsel of the House committee. He appeared on a program hosted by Geraldo, during which Geraldo ran a tape of an interview with Charles Crenshaw, during which Crenshaw reported his observations of the wounds at Parkland. In addition to Blakey, other participants on that program included Marita Lorenz, who had been a mistress of Fidel Castro and who the CIA attempted to use to assassinate Castro, but without success, and Sammy Giancana, who is a nephew of Sam Giancana and who co-authored a book by the title of Double Cross, describing the mob's discontent with the Kennedys and their concerns about the aggressive way in which Bobby Kennedy was going after organized crime, and describes ways in which Giancana suggested that the mob had been involved in the assassination. But what's important about the tape is not merely what Crenshaw has to say about his observations at Parkland, but also has to do with Robert Blakey's reaction to what Geraldo has to say.
I want to get to another person who was there, and the reason I want to is because it's probably the best evidence I've heard recently that in fact there was a second gunman, therefore there was a conspiracy to kill President John Kennedy that terrible day in Dallas. His name, Dr. Charles Crenshaw. He was a 30-year-old medical resident when he was faced with the daunting, the impossible task of trying to save President Kennedy's life that day in Parkland Hospital. Today, he's moved on. He's the director and the chairman of the Department of Surgery at John Peter Smith Hospital in Fort Worth, Texas. Now Committee Total correspondent Krista Bradford joins us now. She's sitting here in our front row. She was the first reporter to broadcast Dr. Crenshaw's dramatic revelations about what he saw that day in Dallas. Krista, why don't you briefly summarize, and then we'll run a clip of your interview from Now It Can Be Told. What did he tell you?
Well, he's a remarkable witness in that he was an eyewitness, and he's also credible. He didn't appear to have a political agenda. He was a medical doctor and a resident who was ambitious, which is why he did not tell his story before or until now. And now he's close to retiring, so he wants to set the record straight. He said that he witnessed the wound, 2 wounds, as a matter of fact, and the first one entered from the front here and passed backward toward the back. And the second one was right here where they did the tracheotomy. And then later talked about how when he viewed the autopsy photos, it appeared that the body had been tampered with, which is tampering with evidence.
Okay, I want to run the clip. Understand the implication of what Chris is saying. If the fatal 2 shots come from the front, Oswald's behind, how many gunmen? At least 2. Let's run the brief clip now of Krista's interview with Dr. Crenshaw.
The bullet wound entered here and traveled back, plowing through.
The hairline here, it went in on the right, coming down here, coming across, and that's the reason that huge plowed out area was present and the cerebellum was there. If the bullet had entered from the back, it would have totally removed the cerebellum and gone forward. When I viewed the autopsy pictures, they had the frontal part of the cerebrum here and the skull out.
So when the picture was taken, you think they pulled the skin back up over this wound?
That's the only thing I can postulate, because the back of his head was gone. This was a huge hole. Because on the right, it was 9 to 10 centimeters across, and you could look right into the brain.
Do you have any opinion based on the wounds that you witnessed on where the gunman could have been located?
Only that he was in the front, and this is the place where more witnesses or facts saw a gunman here and a puff of smoke.
So where exactly would that be?
Right here behind this fence.
Eyewitnesses did report that shots were fired from over this fence on the grassy knoll.
From the front. Maybe Oswald fired. Probably did. But there were more than one.
That's nonsense. We have photographs of the man's brain.
Did you call him as a witness, Dr. Crenshaw?
We talked to him.
Did you call him and swear him as a witness?
We did not take him in it because, in fact, he is not the best witness.
So you didn't swear him
no,
and you didn't
did not
propose
swear him in because he's not... We had...
Wait
let me finish. Hey,
Marita Lorenz,
no.
Are you satisfied with the job the House Select Committee did with you as a witness?
Oh, no, because they tampered with my testimony before I left that place. So I have a number. I have him...
slings and arrows can go both ways, Mr. Blake.
Didn't you remember they tampered with my green book?
I got to take a break, then we'll let him respond.
Quite a few things are interesting about this, not least of all that Crenshaw provides a description of the wound that happens to coincide with Malcolm Kilduff's characterization presented during that initial press conference of a bullet wound right through the head. That description, incidentally, was found on many national networks. For example, Jeff Potts of Duluth has provided me with a copy of As It Happened, a report of NBC News coverage of the assassination as it took place. And the very first wound that's described by Chet Huntley that afternoon is that the president had suffered a wound straight through the right temple.
President Johnson is under heavy guard and was whisked away from the hospital by White House officials. President Kennedy, we are now informed, was shot in the right temple. It was a simple matter of a bullet right through the head, said Dr. George Berkeley, the White House medical officer. Frank?
They repeat this description several times during the day, and in fact the only 2 wounds that are described are a wound through the right temple and a wound to the throat. In fact, it's fascinating to hear the reporters try to wrestle with this problem and becoming aware that there seems to be something funny about the characterization. Both Frank McGee and Robert McNeil of the McNeil-Lear report, who was in Dallas at the time, are suggesting that it's incongruous that although the bullets were all fired from above and behind, that he suffered a wound to the throat, for example, and a wound through the temple. So there's a lot of concern there about what really may be the story. but they don't know what to do with it. Well, the Blakey assumption that the X-rays were the best evidence was his ultimate foundation for rejecting the eyewitness testimony that I've described before. What's most important, therefore, about the work that members that I've been collaborating with, especially that of David Mantic, is the discovery that, in fact, the X-rays may not be the best evidence after all. Let me begin by showing you a pre-mortem X-ray of John Kennedy. That is to say, this is an X-ray of Jack Kennedy's skull while he was still alive. Notice the amount of contrast between light and dark is not very great. In fact, if you had a fixed standard or scale, it would be on the order of 1 or 2. The variation would be on the order of 1 or 2 by that fixed standard. Take a look, however, now at this AP photograph, that is anterior, posterior, or front to rear skull photograph. In order to understand the nature of the evidence here, we need to understand something about how X-rays are created. X-rays are created by passing radiation through a body or an object and creating an exposure on a photographic plate. The denser the body, however, the more radiation it will absorb and the less radiation it will allow to impact on the photographic plate. So if an object is very dense, then the image that it will create on a photographic plate will be very light. On the other hand, if the image is very dark, that indicates that the object that allowed radiation to pass through it was very thin or non-dense. So when you look at an X-ray, the lighter areas indicate denser bone or object having created it, and the darker areas lighter or thinner objects or bone. So when you take a look at this AP, the anterior posterior X-ray, notice first of all that it's quite striking how much contrast there is between the lighter and the darker portions. In fact, it's far greater contrast than you normally observe on an X-ray, according to Dr. Mantic. He was originally struck when he first began to study these X-rays that even looking at them with the naked eye there was this tremendous contrast between light and dark, which he thought was very suspicious. One of the interesting features of this X-ray, of course, is that generally dark area in the vicinity of the right eye. Since you're looking straight on, of course, this whole dark area on the left would be the vicinity of the right eye and the right part of the forehead on the patient who is being photographed, in this case Jack Kennedy. And it suggests, of course, that that entire area was blown out by a gunshot wound. But of course, that's completely different than what we observe of the president in the autopsy photographs. In addition, notice almost at the location where the eye would be, if it were visible, you see this round object, very symmetrical round object with what looks like a little bite at about 5 o'clock. That object just happens to be a 6.5 millimeter round object that bears a striking resemblance to a cross-section of a 6.5 millimeter bullet. What's odd about it is this is easily the most outstanding feature on the X-ray, and yet the pathologists at Bethesda, who were taking X-rays and probing the body in the search for pieces of metal and bullet in the body, did not observe this very prominent feature on the X-rays or in the body at the time. They removed much smaller fragments, but they didn't observe this one. Dr. Mantic is of the opinion that this 6.5 millimeter object was an artifact that was added to the X-ray after the autopsy. And in fact, that is corroborated by the testimony of Gerald Custer, who actually took the X-rays at the time. Custer has stated he was awakened at about 3:30 in the morning by Commander Ebersol and another officer who asked him to take pieces of metal and scotch tape them to pieces of bone and X-ray them over again for the preparation of a bust of the president. Custer thought this was a ridiculous explanation at the time, and obviously he is correct, because no one would want to make a bust of the shattered cranium of a dead president. And in fact, we have much information available about the way in which Jack Kennedy's head appeared, much more appropriate information available if in fact somebody wanted to make a bust. So it appears as though this was in fact some sort of fabrication that was being added on to establish evidence that a 6.5 millimeter rifle had in fact been used in inflicting the wounds. Most of Dr. Mantic's attention, however, was devoted to the lateral X-rays, that is, the X-rays that were taken from the left and the right side of the body. Here's an example for you to consider. The technique that Dr. Mantic employed in studying these X-rays is known as optical densitometry. which measures the amount of light that is allowed to pass through the X-rays. This technique is very sensitive and enables you to make a very exact determination of the relative density of the objects that created the X-ray. What's interesting about this technique is that no one had ever thought of applying it to the X-rays. It's a technique not normally applied for this purpose. So that when Dr. Mantic went to the National Archives, he was indeed pursuing this, applying this technique in an ingenious way for the first time to the X-rays. Well, what he discovered was that the contrast between light and dark was dramatically abnormal. As I've suggested, if the normal contrast is on the order of 1 to 2, the contrast in the case of these X-rays was on the order of 500 to 1,000. In other words, the density of the bone or other material that created these X-rays was on the order of 500 times denser than would be experienced in normal X-rays. Dr. Mantic went to the National Archives 4 different times in October, repeated his observations, took very meticulous measurements, repeatedly recalibrated his instrument, and is very confident of the results of his findings, which of course could be repeated by other scientists under similar conditions applying similar instruments. Now, the most fascinating part of what Dr. Mantic discovered is that there's an area which is described here by the series of dark dashes, notice there, called area P, that appears to characterize what looks as though it was a patch that was applied to the X-rays. No one before Dr. Mantic undertook these studies had really figured out how to fake an X-ray. But what Dr. Mantic has discovered is that, in all probability, the way in which this composite X-ray was constructed was that an original, authentic image was reproduced using an X-ray copying machine. But before it was developed, a second image was superimposed upon the first, the image of a patch intended to create the effect they wanted to create, and then developing the composite result. In that way, you'd have a patch that concealed exactly the area that all the eyewitnesses testified had been blown out at the back of the president's head. The patch, however, that was used in this case was much too dense to represent ordinary bone tissue. Just for the sake of comparison, the thickest bone in the human body connects the ear canals, goes through the head from side to side. If it's known as the petrous bone, if this patch were authentic bony tissue, then the whole back of Jack Kennedy's head would have had to be nothing but bone, nothing but solid bone. So unless Jack Kennedy was a bonehead, this can't possibly be a normal X-ray. There's a tremendous amount of evidence here, therefore, that supports now the conclusion that the X-rays are fabrications, they're composites created by superimposing X-rays, and that the eyewitness reports now have to be taken seriously because we discover that what individuals like Blakey and the House Committee took to be the best evidence in the case turns out to be fabricated evidence that can no longer be justified, which means we're now entitled to accept what the eyewitnesses said about the blowout to the head. Here's another set of the X-rays that gives you a good idea where the particles are distributed. Notice in the diagram C in particular, you see an arrow there which really is the axis of distribution of these particles and not the location where the trajectory of the bullet. In fact, Dr. Mantic studied the skull X-rays very carefully using optical densitometry and could find no location no entrance point for the location specified by the House. This has led him to infer that possibly the Bethesda pathologists were correct in their belief that there was an entry wound lower down the back of the skull in the vicinity of the occipital protuberance that might have taken place shortly before the massive wound inflicted from the front that blew out the back of the president's head. So Dr. Mantic has concluded that there's evidence here for 2 wounds to the head. One, a wound from the back that created this distribution of small particles in this pattern, which is an effect, by the way. It doesn't define the trajectory of the bullet, but rather as an effect from the impact of a bullet having broken up and scattered throughout the brain. And then, of course, the second wound to the head fired from the front and exiting the back of the head. Dr. Mantic's discoveries, however, don't end there. take a look here, you'll see a sample of the chest x-ray. Dr. Mantic took the location specified by the house that I indicated by the circle with an X on it on the photograph, the autopsy photograph of the back, and sought to connect that alleged entry location with the alleged exit location in the throat by connecting them by a straight line, and discovered that the house reconstruction of the transit of this bullet was anatomically impossible because of the intervention of vertebrae. So that so long as Jack Kennedy had a backbone, it was anatomically impossible for the bullet to have entered at the location specified by the house and to have exited at the location specified by the house, which means that the official government version of the single bullet theory, that of the House Select Committee on Assassinations, can no longer be sustained. You'll notice this photograph is accompanied by a photograph of a Colt Automatic Rifle 15, which is the civilian version of the M16, which was widely used in Vietnam. This particular photograph is found in a book entitled Mortal Error, published in 1992 by an author who suggests that a Secret Service agent in the Secret Service limousine accidentally shot the president in the head with his Colt AR-15. That, however, does not appear a plausible scenario for several reasons. One is that since the president had suffered a massive blowout to the back of the head, if the Secret Service agent had shot him from behind, it would have had to have been the wound that caused the scatter of fragments and not the one that caused the massive blowout, which would leave the massive blowout to be explained by a shot fired from in front. So it couldn't possibly be a complete explanation. Plus, and perhaps more importantly, the Charles Bronson film allows you to see within your visual field the motion of the Secret Service limousine in relation to the presidential limousine, and the Secret Service agent is simply not in position with his AR-15 to shoot the president. Although some scenes showing the vehicles rushing to Parkland Hospital show a Secret Service agent with an AR-15, he was not in that position in Dealey Plaza and therefore could not have fired the shot. Well, Mantic's discoveries indicate that the president was hit at least 4 times. Notice in particular that if the single bullet theory is not true, and we have an enormous amount of evidence to corroborate that claim, then apparently the president was hit in the throat from in front, as Malcolm Perry originally testified. He was hit in the back from behind by a shallow wound that apparently did not exit, as the FBI report described it, and hit twice in the head, once from behind by a wound that caused a scattering of small particles in his brain, and once from in front, probably in the vicinity of the right temple, which caused a massive blowout to the back of his head. Then John Connally clearly had to have been hit by another round, possibly 2. Several physicians, in fact, have concluded that the nature of Connally's wounds was such that probably one round had entered his back and shattered his rib, and yet another round had hit his wrist. So there's at least one more, possibly 2 shots in Connally. And as the House and the Warren Commission had concluded, at least one round had missed, a round which hit a distant curbing and a fleck of which had injured a bystander by the name of James Tague. That would imply at least a 6th shot. So the evidence that Mantic has discovered implies that at least 6 and possibly 7 shots at the minimum were fired in Dealey Plaza on the 22nd of November 1963. Now, Dr. Livingston's testimony is important not only because he had a conversation with Commander Humes that fateful day, which provides the strongest possible evidence that the physicians at Bethesda knew about the wound to the throat prior to the conduct of their autopsy, but in addition, he has studied the diagrams and photographs of the brain that are kept in the National Archives. Here are some sketches of what that brain looks like. Notice A and C characterize a brain with some damage to the right cortex, but with an undamaged cerebellum in both cases. The cerebellum is completely intact. Dr. Livingston has reviewed the eyewitness testimony and has studied these diagrams and has arrived at the following conclusion. It simply cannot be true that the cerebellum could have been seen extruding from the occipital parietal wound by several experienced and thoroughly competent physicians, and for the same brain to be seen in superior and lateral photographs and depicted in a drawing, superior view, showing the cerebellum as being completely intact. A conclusion is obligatorily forced that the photographs and diagrams of the brain in the National Archives are those of some brain other than that of John Fitzgerald Kennedy. That's quite a devastating conclusion to be drawn by a world authority on the human brain. In addition, Dr. Livingston, on the occasion of the events, the assassination in Dallas, had conversations with a close friend of his named Richard Dudman, who was at that time and may still be a reporter for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, and learned from him that he had witnessed what appeared to be a through-and-through hole in the windshield. He described this finding in the last paragraph of a letter.
That event, coupled with Dick Dudman's report to me at about around the same time of what appeared to him to be a penetrating hole through the Lincoln windshield, seems to me to add 2 grains of confirming evidence to the conspiracy interpretation. Incidentally, sometime later, I learned that the Secret Service had ordered from the Ford Motor Company a number of identical Lincoln limousine windshields, quote, for target practice, end quote. It seemed to me that they might have wanted to learn how much protection could be expected from such a windshield. Alternatively, they might have wanted to produce an inside nick in a windshield without through-and-through penetration so that they could substitute that nicked windshield for the other one if it were needed for corroborative evidence relating to the Warren Commission's investigative interpretation and thesis.
Now, he spoke with Richard Dudman, who suggested that Dr. Livingston consult an article he wrote, which was published in the New Republic on the 21st of December, 1963, which you see before you. 2 key passages are highlighted. The first reads, 3 circumstances, the entry wound in the throat, the small round hole in the windshield of the presidential limousine, and the number of bullets found afterward, suggested that there had been a second sniper firing from a point in front of the automobile and further down. A few of us noticed the hole in the windshield when the limousine was standing at the emergency entrance after the president had been carried inside. I could not approach close enough to see on which side was the cup-shaped hole that indicates a bullet has pierced the glass from the opposite side. This again was in the New Republic, December 21st, 1963. Well, that eyewitness testimony, of course, is striking and important by itself, but it would be highly significant if it could be corroborated by photographic evidence. I am very surprised and happy to report, however, that that has now been done through research by an independent investigator by the name of Roy Schaefer from Dayton, Ohio. Mr. Schaefer has discovered that a very famous photograph contains evidence that was not before recognized. The photograph I have in mind is the only professionally taken photograph that occurred in Dealey Plaza by a photographer by the name of James Altgens. The Altgens photograph is very important for any number of reasons, not least of all as the apparent figure in the doorway, who many have thought resembled Lee Harvey Oswald, but who appears to have been another employee by the name of Billy Lovelady. There are other features of this photograph that are important, but I want you to observe now is a close-up of the windshield, which appears to display a through-and-through hole of the kind described by Richard Dudman. Take a look there where the arrow indicates approximately at a position where the president's left ear would be if the president's left ear were visible. And you'll see what appears to be a very tiny spiral nebulae configuration in the glass. This appears to be a through-and-through hole through the limousine windshield. Taking a look at the next overhead, however, you see the windshield as the Secret Service presented it and as how it's described as being in the assassination literature, in particular in the Warren Report. Notice now it's not a through-and-through hole, but rather shows cracks, kind of a star-like configuration of cracks, very different from the spiral nebulae. And indeed, a comparison can be seen now on this next set of photographs, which compares the appearance of these two damaged windshields. Look at the top, the spiral nebulae in the vicinity of where the president's left ear would be, and the cracked windshield at the bottom. I submit that this provides strong evidence not only that there was a through-and-through hole to the windshield, but also it corroborates Dr. Livingston's report that the Secret Service had obtained several windshields from the Ford Motor Company in order to make a substitution, which the evidence we have before us suggests is exactly what happened in this case. During our assessment of the inquiry conducted by the House Select Committee on Assassinations, we discovered that Robert Blakey and others associated with the inquiry took for granted that the x-rays and photographs from the autopsy were the best evidence of what had happened. And because those x-rays in particular showed no blowout to the back of the president's head, they were used as a basis to reject the eyewitness testimony of more than 40 persons that the president had indeed sustained damage to the back of his head of that kind. Dr. David Mantic, however, has visited the National Archives on 4 different occasions and has subjected the autopsy x-rays to studies using optical densitometry, a simple but ingenious application of a technology that has long been available but which has never been applied for this purpose, and has discovered what appears to be conclusive scientific evidence that the autopsy x-rays are composite fabrications created by superimposing one image on top of another of an undeveloped x-ray and then developing it. The evidence he has discovered also refutes the official government version of the single bullet theory by discovering that it is anatomically impossible, which provides corroborating evidence for the hypothesis that the president was shot at least 4 times, once in the throat from in front, once in the back from behind, once in the head from behind, and once in the head from in front. This evidence has been complemented by Dr. Robert Livingston's observation as a world authority on the human brain, that the conclusion is obligatorily drawn that the brain that is shown in diagrams and photographs in the National Archives must be the brain of someone other than John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Moreover, the observation of his friend Richard Dudman that there was a through-and-through hole in the Lincoln windshield has been corroborated by the discovery of Roy Schaefer that the Alchin's photograph actually displays such a hole in the windshield, and that the Secret Service has apparently substituted another windshield with the cracks, showing cracks caused by a fragment from behind for the original windshield. This evidence makes a substantial difference to our understanding of alternative interpretations of the assassination. For example, since the Warren Commission never concluded which of the 3 shots it contended Oswald had fired had missed, it actually provided us with not 1 but 3 different versions of the assassination. The FBI, interestingly, never agreed with the Warren report and contended that all 3 shots had hit, the first hitting the president, the second hitting the governor, and the third hitting the president. But none of those accounts can be sustained. In fact, we discover that even the House Select Committee report, which contended that at least 4 shots had been fired, but 2 had missed, is unjustifiable in the face of new evidence, which completely undermines the basic assumption upon which that inquiry was based, namely the belief that the autopsy x-rays and photographs could be accepted as authentic. What we now have discovered is that at least 6 shots were fired in Dealey Plaza that day, which means that only scenarios that posit 6 or more bullets fired in Dealey Plaza can be taken seriously anymore. That includes several of the alternative serious conspiracy accounts. Nevertheless, this new evidence may come as some surprise to those who have studied the recent literature on the assassination, including especially a book published by Gerald Posner entitled Case Closed in 1993. which claimed that the Warren Commission scenario of 3 shots could be shown to be correct on the basis of a computer study of the assassination. Here's a diagram that represents Gerald Posner's basic thesis. If you look carefully, you can see a series of dotted lines that represents what he takes to be the first shot, which heads down toward a tree and, according to Posner, was deflected by a branch of a tree and hit the curb and injured the bystander James Tague. Then, of course, cone A represents the second shot and cone B the third shot, where the second shot hits the president in the back, transits out his throat, and does damage to the governor, and cone B is the fatal headshot. Now, what's fascinating about Gerald Posner's reconstruction, as you see it here, is that while computers can draw cones of this kind, they have to be told where to draw them. Posner takes for granted that the president was hit twice from behind, once in the back at the base of his neck and once in the head. Evidence we have reviewed already discredits these assumptions. Another diagram that Posner provides reflects his blanket endorsement of the magic bullet theory. But if the wound to the throat was a wound of entry, and the wound to the back was around the third thoracic vertebrae, this computerized Warren report is no less inadequate than the original. Another set of diagrams does not make it true. Moreover, since we have overwhelming evidence that the president was shot in the throat from in front, we must ask the question, where is the cone for that wound? And in addition, since we also have overwhelming evidence now that the president was shot from the front in the head, we must ask again, where is the cone for that wound? Observe, cones for those wounds are not found in Gerald Posner's diagram, which cannot be taken seriously. The duplicity of Posner's book, however, goes far beyond his misleading computer simulation of the crime. What Posner did was to appropriate one part of a 2-part study done for the American Bar Association for its 20th Century Courtroom series by Failure Analysis Associates. I spoke with Roger McCarthy, its chief executive officer, who confirmed that Posner adopted the position FAA prepared for the prosecution without even acknowledging the existence of the position FAA prepared for the defense. When both sides were presented to the jury during a mock trial, the jurors split 7-5 for conviction. But you would learn of none of this from Posner's book. It should not come as a surprise that the case is closed if the defense is not even allowed to present its side. I cannot imagine a more egregious case of the method of selection and elimination. Unfortunately, the fact that Gerald Posner's study is not well-founded has not inhibited an enthusiastic response from the press and talk shows and interviewers. For example, I witnessed an interview with Gerald Posner by Dick Cavett, in which Dick Cavett expressed himself so convinced by Posner's computer reconstruction that he turned to the camera and said that in his opinion, anyone who continued to disbelieve the single bullet theory must have a few loose screws. Well, I knew where that left me and where also it left most serious students of the assassination. In fact, Gerald Posner's pretensions to have provided a computer study of the assassination are obviously inadequate by contrast to what was in fact a serious computer study of the assassination conducted more than 20 years ago by Richard E. Sprague, a photo analyst. He found over 500 photographs and films which he time sequenced using a computer in order to study the relative motions through time of the different bodies and the limousines and the president and so forth, and arrived at conclusions that characterize the assassination in the following way. Richard Sprague's diagram makes several features of Dealey Plaza clear that may not be apparent upon first consideration. Look on the right-hand side. The series of buildings there include the Sheriff of Dallas County's office, the Dallas County Criminal Courts building, and the Dallas County Records building. In the top right, we find the Dow Tex business building, and then, of course, we find across the top the School Book Depository building. What most Americans, I think, do not realize is that this big parking lot, this parking area behind the grassy knoll, behind the picket fence where several shooters are believed to have been, was a parking lot used by the Dallas Police Department. So that Dealey Plaza in general was completely dominated by buildings and areas that were controlled by the Dallas Police Department, the Dallas County Sheriff, and the Dallas City and County government. What Sprague believes was the case is the following scenario, which comports very closely with the results that we have discovered through Dr. Mantic's research. Namely, that the first shot was fired from the grassy knoll, and I trace it here with a pointer, which was the throat shot. That a second shot was fired from the Dow Tex building, which would have been the back shot. That a third shot was fired from the Texas School Book Depository, but not from the alleged sniper's nest, which hit John Connolly. That a fourth shot was fired from the Dow Tex building, and observe that trajectory, which goes straight forward down to hit the curb and ricochet into the bystander, James Tague. That a fifth shot was fired from the Texas School Book Depository building, which hit the president in the back of the head. And finally, a sixth shot from the grassy knoll that hit the president on the side of the head and blew out the back of his head. Now, there is a six-shot scenario which comports very closely to the medical findings that Dr. Mantic has disclosed, apart from the fatal headshot, which appears to have been fired from a location more nearly to the president's front. Again, if we return to the Alchins photograph, incidentally, there is further evidence of a sniper's location in the Dow Tex building. If you take a look at the building in the photograph, notice a very dark window there in the vicinity of a broom closet. All right? This is the window of a broom closet, which is very dark, and which many assassination students believe was a firing location for several shots. You notice immediately above that dark window, there was a black man who was sitting on the steps of the fire escape there, is sort of leaning backward like he's been startled or astonished by something. And I believe that what happened was, of course, he was shocked, taken aback by the sound of gunshots immediately below him. Well, if the assassination in general had the characteristics that it appears to have had, if there appear to have been multiple assassins firing from multiple locations, if the president was hit at least 4 times, and if there had to have been at least 6 shots fired in Dealey Plaza in Texas, then the question becomes, who could have been responsible? What motives were there for the murder of Jack Kennedy? Well, as a matter of fact, Jack Kennedy was a very active president who was undertaking aggressive actions that antagonized many powerful segments of American society. Here are some possible motives for murder in this case. Number 1, actively promoting integration. Perhaps reluctantly at first, but nevertheless aggressively, Jack Kennedy was promoting equal rights for all Americans. He had federalized the National Guard in several southern states, and many in the country were unhappy with him for that. I am willing to conjecture, for example, that at least half of the Dallas Police Department were either members of the Ku Klux Klan, of the John Birch Society, or of the Minutemen. Number 2, he was cutting the oil depletion allowance. The oil depletion allowance, of course, was a tax benefit of Texas oilmen especially that gave them breaks for taking oil out of the ground on the theory that in pumping oil out of the ground, they were depleting the amount of oil in the ground and therefore putting themselves out of business. Texas oil barons tended to regard the oil depletion allowance as something akin to their divine right. Number 3, he was actively opposing monopolies. Jack Kennedy had used all the powers of persuasion of his office to force the steel industry to roll back its price increases, which many major industries resented as interference with what they considered to be free market practices. Number 4, he had signed a limited test ban treaty with the Soviet Union. This test ban prohibited the conduct of above-ground nuclear tests. While many who favored an easing of international tensions thought this was an important step in the direction of reducing the threat of nuclear warfare, many others, particularly associated with the military-industrial establishment, thought that it was a concession to the Soviets that put the United States at a technical disadvantage. Number 5, he refused to support the attack on Cuba. Many in the military and the CIA who had participated in the planning of the Bay of Pigs invasion felt that John Kennedy had betrayed them when he failed to provide close air support for the invasion. The invasion was misconceived in many ways and involved landing the forces in a swamp. Plus, the claim had been made that they would fight guerrilla warfare if there was no national uprising, which of course failed to take place. Nevertheless, they were not trained to conduct guerrilla warfare. When Jack Kennedy refused to participate by providing close air support for the invasion, many brave men died on the beach, and he was widely viewed as having betrayed the CIA and the country. Fired CIA director and deputies. In the aftermath of the Bay of Pigs fiasco, Jack Kennedy appointed Bobby to conduct a thorough review and evaluation of what had gone wrong. Bobby's report indicated that the CIA had systematically misled the president about the prospects of success for the invasion scenario, which disturbed the president greatly. He relieved the director of the CIA, Allen Dulles, and his 2 chief deputies, Charles Cabell and Richard Bissell, as a consequence. 7, threatening to dismantle the CIA. Jack Kennedy had become, at this point, very disillusioned with the conduct of operations by the Central Intelligence Agency, and was widely reported to have said that he would shatter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. Obviously, the Central Intelligence Agency was unenthusiastic about its future prospects with President Kennedy. 8, putting covert operations under the Pentagon. One way in which Jack Kennedy was seeking to reduce the power of the Central Intelligence Agency was by putting covert operations under control of the Pentagon so that the military would be responsible for overseeing the conduct of the CIA. This, again, was something that made both members of the Pentagon and the Central Intelligence Agency very unhappy. Beginning withdrawal from Vietnam. Jack Kennedy, I think without any doubt, had resolved that the United States should not become involved in a land war in Asia, just as Douglas MacArthur had proclaimed. He was withdrawing advisors from Vietnam, and I think that there is a great deal of evidence to indicate that he thought the United States should be completely out of Vietnam by 1965. Nevertheless, there were many influences both in the military and without who thought that this was a great mistake, and indeed who believed that the withdrawal from Vietnam, combined with the failure to support the attack on Cuba, combined with his signing a limited test ban treaty threatening to dismantle the CIA and putting covert operations under the Pentagon, indicated that Jack Kennedy was, if not a communist himself, at least a communist sympathizer. Number 10, aggressively attacking organized crime. Jack Kennedy, with his brother Bobby as Attorney General, had launched a very aggressive assault upon organized crime, the very existence of which had been denied by J. Edgar Hoover for decades. The increase in indictments and in convictions against organized crime compared with earlier administrations such as the Eisenhower administration was overwhelming. Hundreds and hundreds more indictments and convictions were attained under the Kennedy administration in their very aggressive attack on organized crime, which naturally made the mafia upset, especially because the mafia tended to believe that there had been some understanding between the Kennedy administration and the mob. There's a report for which there appears to be some evidence that Joseph Kennedy, Jack's father, had made an arrangement with Sam Giancana, the mob boss from Chicago, that if the election were close, that Giancana would guarantee that Chicago went for Kennedy and that Illinois went with it. Of course, the election was close, and Chicago did go for Kennedy, and he did win a very, very narrow margin of victory over Richard Nixon. But even if that were true, there is no evidence to indicate that Jack Kennedy or Bobby Kennedy was any party to that agreement. Nevertheless, if Sam Giancana or other mobsters had acted in the belief that they had an understanding with the Kennedy administration, there would have been grounds here for believing that they had been betrayed and that a double cross had occurred, and as you know, that was the title of Sam Giancana's book. Number 11, planning to drop LBJ as a running mate. LBJ's career was a very messy and involved a lot of questionable and dubious events. Anyone who wants to consider his political history before becoming president ought to consider J. Everett Hawley's A Texan Looks at Lyndon, which was published in 1964. The scandals and misconduct it portrays involving LBJ are highly disconcerting. There's a lot of dirt on LBJ if you dig for it, but perhaps most important in terms of political calculations at the time was the Bobby Baker scandal. Life magazine for November 8th, 1963, for example, had a major story about how the scandal was brewing. Bobby Baker, of course, was LBJ's right-hand man in the Senate, and any scandal that affected Bobby Baker affected LBJ. It looked as though Jack was going to have to drop him as a running mate for the election in 1964. Number 12, planning to retire FBI Director Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover regarded himself as an irreplaceable man, as an indispensable icon, as a foundation for the American way of life, and took a dim view of the idea that he might be replaced. There were long-standing animosities between him and Bobby Kennedy, especially. Bobby Kennedy had had a telephone, a direct line put on J. Edgar Hoover's desk, which he expected Hoover to answer when he called. Hoover hated this idea and despised the telephone. The day after the assassination, he had it taken out and put back on his secretary's desk. Jack and Bobby had talked about retiring Hoover after the election in 1964. Number 13, he was looking unbeatable for 1964. Of course, American elections can never be predicted with certainty, but Jack's popularity was immense. Witness the crowds in Dallas, Texas, one of the most conservative communities in the entire United States, and yet there were thousands upon thousands of people cheering for Jack Kennedy. His popularity was just rising tremendously in the country. And what you have to understand is that those who were conservative of the right wing were alarmed not just at the prospect that Jack Kennedy might be elected for another 4 years, but at the prospect of a Kennedy dynasty, that Jack would be elected for 2 terms, and then Bobby would be elected for 2 terms, and then Teddy would be elected for 2 more terms, so that as far as one might calculate, there would be a Kennedy presidency indefinitely into the future. This particularly alarmed right-wing elements within the United States. With the exception of revenge in the case of the Bay of Pigs, these are all reasons for preferring the policies and presidency of LBJ to those of JFK. It may be a minor irony of the assassination that LBJ went on to become one of the great civil rights presidents in American history. Well, suppose we turn from these motives to reassess alternative conspiracy theories that have been advanced. Here's a summary of those theories that was recently published in Newsweek in relation to the 30th anniversary. The first theory advanced in this list is that the CIA may have committed the assassination as the ultimate black op. There's no reason to assume that the entire CIA would have been involved in an activity of this kind. The CIA, of course, is a highly compartmentalized organization where one element of the organization typically does not know what other elements are doing. It could have been the case that some members, past or present, of the CIA participated in the assassination in one form or another without the entire organization having been responsible. Consider, second, the ultimate mob hit. I believe there's considerable evidence that the mob may have been involved in the assassination one way or another. Jack Ruby is an obvious indication thereof, since there's considerable evidence that Jack Ruby was involved in the assassination before and after. There is testimony, for example, that he was seen driving a pickup truck in Dealey Plaza in the vicinity of the grassy knoll not long before the assassination, and that someone carrying a rifle case exited from the pickup truck he was driving. There's other eyewitness testimony that Jack Ruby was at Parkland Hospital and may have even planted the magic bullet that was found on a stretcher there. Most interestingly, to my mind, For a man who claimed to have no knowledge of Lee Harvey Oswald, Jack Ruby participated in a press conference only hours before he would kill Oswald, during which Lee Harvey Oswald was described as having been a member of the Free Cuba Committee, and a voice came from the back row and corrected that description as being properly described as the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. There was an important difference between the two organizations. The Free Cuba Committee was an anti-Castro organization that wanted to free Cuba from communist domination, whereas the Fair Play for Cuba Committee was a pro-Castro organization that wanted Cuba to be treated with a great deal more consideration than the United States was currently disposed to provide. The voice who made that correction was Jack Ruby's, and it's fascinating that at the time when Lee Harvey Oswald was in New Orleans distributing pamphlets for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, the organization branch in that city had exactly one member, namely Lee Harvey Oswald. So if Jack Ruby was unacquainted with Lee Harvey Oswald, it's very puzzling how he could possibly have known such an obscure fact about the man's career. Most Americans are largely unaware that during the early 60s especially, the mob worked together with the CIA in repeated attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro. The mob was interested in recovering its investments in casinos and resorts, which had become the largest money laundering operation in the Western Hemisphere before Castro rose to power. It is also interesting to recall that Jack Ruby cryptically remarked while he was in custody that the conspiracy to assassinate the president had been bizarre and that we now had a new form of government, which would not be difficult to understand if, say, the assassination had been brought about by cooperation between elements of the mob, the CIA, the military, and Texas oil men. Even if the mob was involved in one form or another, however, possibly even by providing shooters in Dealey Plaza, it would have been beyond the capacity of the mob to fabricate X-rays and autopsy photographs that were in the possession of the Secret Service, naval officers at Bethesda, or the president's personal physician. So even if the mob was involved, it cannot possibly be the whole story. Similarly, for Cuban Caper 1, anti-Castro Cubans did it, or Cuban Caper 2, that Castro did it. The idea that Castro might have done it in retaliation for attempts to assassinate him is, of course, a very suggestive thought, but it seems highly implausible that Cubans could have been in Dallas, Texas, and not been extremely conspicuous to the residents thereof who had a very unsympathetic attitude toward Cubans. Plus, of course, in case of anti-Castro Cubans, it's possible that anti-Castro Cubans could have participated in the assassination, but surely, once again, they would have been in no position to fabricate X-rays at Bethesda Naval Hospital after the fact and succeed in covering it up. Mission from Moscow, the idea that the KGB could have pulled off the assassination is only remotely plausible and up to a point. There may have been an effort to portray Oswald as a communist and perhaps in some instances even as a Soviet agent, but that seems to be undermined by equally strong or stronger evidence that he was actually working for the intelligence agencies of the United States. It seems very plausible that his study of Russian while a member of the Marine Corps and his defection to the Soviet Union, in fact, was an intelligence operation under the auspices of the Office of Naval Intelligence. Moreover, there are reasons to believe that he was actually an informant for the FBI, reasons which we'll consider shortly, and that this evidence, of course, would strongly undermine the thought that Oswald was working as a Soviet agent or that the Soviet Union had anything to do with the assassination. But once again, Oswald clearly would have been ill-positioned to fabricate X-rays from his jail cell in Dallas, much left after his death. That would have been something that Lee Harvey Oswald surely could not have done. Coup d'etat. Let's skip that one briefly and turn to the last two. Honey, I shot the president. A Secret Service agent did it by accident. Honey, I shot the president too. Oswald did it, but he was shooting at John Connally. I've already reviewed evidence about a Secret Service agent having accidentally fired his AR-15 to kill the president. As I have suggested, that would not account for all the wounds, plus the Secret Service agent was not in a position, as we now know from the Charles Bronson film. Honey, I shot the president too. Oswald did it, but he was shooting at John Connally. Well, Oswald had received a discharge from the Marine Corps that he would like to have had upgraded, and Connally was a former Secretary of the Navy who could have assisted him in upgrading his discharge. But surely there's no reason to think that Oswald had a grudge to bear against John Connally, and in fact it's highly improbable that he had, since we've already discovered he had neither the means nor the motive, nor it would appear the opportunity. It does not appear as though Oswald in fact was the assassin at all. In fact, the evidence after he was arrested strongly corroborates the thesis that Lee Harvey Oswald was not an assassin in Dealey Plaza. He protested that he was innocent. He appeared to be surprised when he was told that he was going to be charged with the murder of the president, an event that in fact did not take place until after midnight on the 22nd. He protested that he was being interrogated without the benefit of legal counsel. He never took credit for the crime. One might have thought that someone of such limited ability and means, having successfully assassinated the leader of the most powerful country in the world, would want to take and receive full credit for his act, but that was not Oswald's demeanor. Demented gunman, but I ask you to consider whether his behavior while he was under arrest and interrogation was demented. To me, he appeared to be completely composed, relatively self-confident. I think that things were going to work out. If he in fact did have intelligence connections or associations with the FBI, then that's all the more plausible as an explanation for why Oswald was upset that now the world was going to know who he was. Think of it this way: if an assassination had been successfully carried off by an assassin for ideological or other reasons, they would want the world to know who they were and why they had done what they had done. But in fact, Oswald was very upset that his identity, presumably his cover, had now been blown, and denied that he was anything other than a patsy, for which I believe there's tremendous circumstantial evidence. Finally, coup d'etat. Lyndon Johnson, the Joint Chiefs, the intelligence community, and the military-industrial complex did it. Well, that's of course a very disturbing possibility, well portrayed in the film JFK by Oliver Stone. Newsweek suggests this is on the order of a myth, and Oliver Stone himself has even suggested that it was on the order of a counter-myth to seek to remedy the prevailing misconceptions about the assassination. But I'm afraid that the evidence that we have discovered suggests that there may be much more to it. After all, if the autopsy materials, especially the x-rays, were fabricated while they were in the hands of the Secret Service naval officers at Bethesda in the President's personal physician, then it's all too plausible that they were operating not on their own, but under the orders or influence of higher level political and government figures. This hypothesis can be tested, however, by its implication that the Secret Service was involved. If the Secret Service was involved, if there are indications of Secret Service complicity in the assassination of Jack Kennedy, then that makes it very plausible that this scenario involving a a covert coup d'etat by Lyndon Johnson and others might be true. And in fact, of course, it's entirely plausible that that could have been assisted by elements of the Central Intelligence Agency if that were true. The question thus becomes whether or not there are indications of Secret Service complicity. The evidence we have discovered indicates that at least 6 shots were fired in Dealey Plaza on the 22nd of November, 1963. That Jack Kennedy was hit in the back by a shot from behind, that he was hit in the throat by a shot from in front, that he was hit in the head by a shot from behind, that he was hit in the head by a shot from in front, that John Connally was hit at least once and possibly twice, and that a bystander by the name of James Tigg was also hit by yet another shot. That indicates that any reconstruction of the assassination that posits less than 6 shots cannot be taken seriously, because the official government reports, both the Warren Commission in any of its 4 different versions and the House Select Committee on Assassinations report in its specific 4-shot scenario involving 2 misses and 2 hits, cannot be taken seriously. We have found that a very plausible reconstruction of events in Dealey Plaza, which appears to be generally corroborated by the new medical evidence, is the scenario presented by Richard Sprague in his computer reconstruction published in Computers and Automation in May 1970. We have also discovered that the most likely scenario for the assassination to take place as it appears to have taken place would have involved Secret Service participation. Some of the most disturbing evidence of Secret Service complicity can be found in a videotape that was prepared around 1988 by a fellow named William Cooper, who was very disturbed about the assassination and who believed that the truth about the assassination had been systematically concealed from the American people. The Cooper tape is a study of the behavior of the Secret Service agents who were in control of the presidential limousine in Dealey Plaza, namely William Greer, the driver, and Roy Kellerman, his assistant. In order to understand the Cooper tape, however, it's valuable for us to take a look at the Zapruder film itself. As most Americans are aware, a businessman by the name of Abraham Zapruder and his secretary were in Dealey Plaza and were actually standing on a low colonnade overlooking the grassy knoll and Elm Street, and took a very short motion picture that is no doubt the most famous motion picture ever taken in American history. And it shows the key events of the assassination, or at least it appears to show them. No doubt you will notice 2 women standing near the limousine at about the moment of the fatal shot to the head. The one in a red coat is Jean Hill, while the woman beside her is Mary Mormon, who is taking a photograph with a Polaroid camera. Here come the motorcycle patrolmen now. The limousine has rounded the corner. Shots are ringing out. Several more shots. You're about to see the fatal headshot. Now the vehicle speeds up, heads off to Parkland Hospital. The Cooper tape now, which you're about to see, misdescribes several features of the situation. For example, he suggests that Jackie Kennedy was climbing out of the limousine to try to get away from the shooter. But in fact, Jackie was climbing after a big chunk of Jack's brains that had blown across the back of the limousine. In fact, later at Parkland Hospital, she would nudge one of the physicians and ask him if this would help while handing him the brains in her hand. Plus, he also suggests that Jackie saw the shooter and knew who it was. But in fact, at the time of the fatal headshot, she was looking almost directly into Jack Kennedy's face and surely would have been oblivious of whomever might have fired the fatal shot. In addition, Cooper suggests that Clint Hill was rushing forward to push Jackie back into the limousine, But in fact, if you look carefully, you can see that Jackie herself comes back into the limousine once she's got what she was after, and that Clint Hill never has to apply any pressure to her. Nevertheless, the question is not what William Cooper may have not understood about the assassination, but whether he might have noticed something that other students of the assassination have overlooked.
Nearly 25 years ago, the people of the United States and the world were shattered by the impact of an assassin's bullets upon the helpless, unsuspecting young President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. The horrendous wound inflicted by those bullets has penetrated deeply into the body and soul of America, destroying the very lives of thousands and the heart and trust and political will of literally millions. In the years that have passed since this tragic event removed from the world stage perhaps one of the most promising human agents of peace and progressive political development, we have been fed one officially sanctioned lie after another, beginning with a blue ribbon cover-up commission to a castrated Senate Select Committee seeking to shed light upon an event deliberately enshrouded in deception, concealment, and outright falsehood. 25 years is long enough. It is time the truth was finally told, in the earnest hope that it will truly set us free of the murderers who pose as our protectors. What we're observing here is the motorcade in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963. As the presidential car passes behind the freeway sign, President Kennedy is struck in the throat by a bullet that was fired from the grassy knoll. As he's grasping his throat, John Connally is turning around to his right. He at that point is struck. You notice the the passenger of the car turning back to see what has happened to the president. As he turns back to the front, the driver of the car turns with his left arm over his right shoulder with a pistol and fires. You see the 45 caliber nickel-plated automatic weapon in his left hand. He's firing over his right shoulder. You see it in relief. You see his head pointing backwards towards the president. In this enhanced close-up, you see the impact of the bullet upon the president. The force of the shot drives him violently backward against the back of the seat. You see Mrs. Kennedy react in horror. The ugly gaping wound, which is evident here, according to many observers at the scene, was actually created on the print. This was not the actual nature of the wound. But you notice that Mrs. Kennedy wasted no time in trying to exit the vehicle because she clearly was able to determine exactly where that shot had originated, and it was her personal bodyguard, Clint Hill, another Secret Service agent, who attempted to keep her in. What the arrow is indicating here is what appears to be the outline of a man, a hat, and his rifle. The arrow is pointing to the rifle barrel of the man in the bushes who possibly was the rifleman on the grassy knoll who fired that shot. Another view taken by another photographer. Again, you see Mrs. Kennedy trying to exit the vehicle from behind, being pushed back in by her bodyguard. A number of witnesses on the scene rushing towards the vehicle. In this section, the man standing on the far right of the wall there is Abraham Zapruder, the photographer who took the original photos. The arrow here is indicating what was very likely the rifleman on the grassy knoll, the man who fired the shot which penetrated Kennedy's throat from the front, not from behind as the Warren Commission would have you believe. Very interesting note also that the motorcycle policemen were told to remain behind the car at all times. Here you see the passenger in the front turning back, looking at the president. Instead of jumping back to assist him, he turns forward. The driver's now rotating. The weapon comes into view and he fires. You'll see this repeatedly in these sequences. Kennedy's been shot in the throat. He's leaning to his left. The driver now begins to rotate. His left arm comes over his right shoulder and he fires now. Again, you see the driver rotate. You see the weapon come into view. He's rotating again. The weapon is in view. He fires. You can clearly see his head turning and his arm and the weapon extending into view over his right shoulder. Many of the witnesses indicated that the car slowed almost to a virtual halt at about this point. And here in the normal version, you see how much more quickly it is speeded up. It's much harder to determine. Many of the people who ask the question why Jackie Kennedy did not report this, it should be fairly evident that she wasted no time in getting away from the attacker.
The possibility that the driver, William Greer, might have shot Jack Kennedy, of course, is profoundly disturbing, but it's not without foundation. For example, Mary Mormon, who was located very close to the limousine at the time that the shots took place, said that she thought some of the shots had come from inside the limousine. Clint Hill, in his own summary of his experience in Dealey Plaza, said that the final shot sounded very different from the other shots and sounded like that of a revolver impacting on something hard, which is very consistent with the Cooper scenario. Moreover, Mrs. Earl Cabell, the wife of the mayor, reported that she smelled gun smoke, gunpowder, as she traveled through Dealey Plaza, which had been most unlikely in the event that all of the shots had been fired from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building. Nevertheless, there are other reasons that count against the Cooper hypothesis. Several experts on the assassination, for example, disavow the conjecture that Greer shot Kennedy. These include Josiah Thompson, the author of 6 Seconds in Dallas, a frame-by-frame study of the film, Robert Groden, one of the leading experts on the photographic evidence in the assassination, and even David Mantic has told me in conversations that we have had that he does not believe that a close study of the Zapruder film sustains that interpretation. However, whether or not Greer participated in the assassination as a shooter, there are very strong reasons to believe that he was involved in the conspiracy itself. For example, once the limousine had entered Dealey Plaza, William Greer was the only person who could possibly have saved Jack Kennedy's life. He could have done so simply by stepping on the accelerator and moving the vehicle out of Dealey Plaza at high speed, which would have made it impossible for him to be shot. Also, it was very important to slow down the limousine. Shooting a moving target is very difficult, even under the best of circumstances. And it would have been imperative for the conspirators to have had a plan to slow down the limousine in order to make it more likely that they would be able to land fatal shots. Plus, finally, there was an absolute necessity of success. It is not at all unreasonable to believe that the conspirators would have most feared the idea of a wounded but not fatally wounded president, because that would have surely unleashed the full powers of the government under Attorney General Robert Kennedy to leave no stone unturned in discovering what was going on, and in that case the conspirators would have been at grave risk of exposure. So the possibility of having someone in a position where they could administer a coup de grace, were the president wounded but not yet dead, I think must have been an important part of their plan. Nevertheless, the Zapruder film has to be treated with great caution, not least of all because there are significant reasons for believing that it has been subjected to extensive editing. For example, here is an FBI memorandum which reports that FBI agent Robert Barrett, interviewing Abraham Zapruder on the 4th of December 1963, learned that his camera was fully wound, was set manually on maximum zoom lens. The camera was set to take normal speed movie film of 24 frames per second. The control buttons for the zoom lens were not touched once he started taking photographs of the presidential motorcade. Abraham Zapruder's secretary, moreover, was standing beside him on the low colonnade and helping him to keep his balance as he took the motion picture, and reported that once he depressed the trigger for the camera that he didn't let up until the car had sped out of sight. Now, if the camera was operating at 24 frames per second, then that's very strong evidence that it has been extensively edited, because the version that we have available to us now is only runs at 18.3 frames per second. In that case, even though what we have available is in excess of 400 frames, that suggests that over 100 frames might have been excised from the film to produce what we have available for us today. Moreover, David Lifton, in his important book, Best Evidence, has reported in an extensive footnote on pages 555 to 557 that he has discovered that the film was in the hands of the National Photo Interpretation Center run by the Central Intelligence Agency already that evening, and that the CIA produced one original and 3 copies, precisely the same number that were struck of the Zapruder film earlier in the day. So that's very strong circumstantial evidence that the film we have in our hands today may have been manufactured by processing the original into what we have available. Moreover, there are many internal indications that the film itself has been edited. Let me mention several, and then you can take a look at the film again. Zapruder began by taking a photograph of his secretary and another woman or two, and then got up on the colonnade. He began photographing as soon as the motorcycle patrolman came into view. Well, you'll observe that there's a big gap between the frames involving the motorcycle patrolman and the presidential limousine, which is suddenly in the foreground. What this means is that a major segment of the film has been edited out that would have shown the limousine making that very strong 120-degree turn, left-hand turn onto Elm Street off of Houston. In making that turn, many witnesses reported that the limousine had to slow down practically to a stop and that it nearly went over the curb at the time. Of course, if that had been true, then the president would have been maximally exposed to any gunman who was at the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository, where Lee Harvey Oswald was allegedly awaiting him. It is difficult, even impossible, to imagine that the president could have been so exposed to that gunman at that short range, and the gunman resisted shooting at him. After all, he would have given up the best possible shot for much more difficult shots he would have taken later under that scenario. It's therefore very reasonable to believe that those frames were excised because it would have been so obvious. Moreover, if you watch the right front wheel of the limousine, there's a man with a hat who's about the 7th person away from the Stemmons Freeway sign. And when the right front wheel of the limousine coincides with his hat, there's a jump of several frames. In addition, of course, when the limousine starts to disappear behind the Stemmons Freeway sign, there's a very significant splice that Life magazine claimed one of its technicians had inadvertently effected on the film. This, of course, is extremely difficult to believe because here you have Life magazine, surely the world's foremost photographic journal, in possession of what is surely the world's most precious piece of film, suggesting that one of its technicians didn't handle it properly and caused this very serious damage to the film that covers damaged about 5 frames between what are known as frames 207 to around 212. Then subsequently, around the time of the fatal headshot, there appears to have been a great deal of editing. For example, involving Jackie's motions, and immediately thereafter, it's entirely plausible a great many frames have been excised. If you study the Connolly's motion, they seem to move all too fast, entirely too fast, immediately after the fatal shot to the president's head, in getting down and climbing behind William Greer's seat. Plus, William Greer's head, as some students of the film have observed, appears to snap back much too fast. And in addition, Cooper, you have no doubt noticed, talked about a man in a kind of a man in a hat with a rifle, who appears to be in the vicinity of the fence line on the grassy knoll. Now, he tended to identify that man with someone who may well have been yet a separate shooter who was much closer to Abraham Zapruder's position. Well, separate those two individuals as having been two different and distinct individuals. It is the case that on the Zapruder film you can see this little man in the hat, but he disappears after only a frame or two. In other words, much too fast if the film had not been edited there. So there's quite a lot of evidence, I think, internal to the film that the film has indeed been edited. I'm going to show you the film 2 times more and take a look at some of these features of the Zapruder film as we go through it together and see if you notice the same things. There's the secretary. Here come the motorcycle patrolmen, continuous from here. There's a splice. There's a presidential limo. There's a splice going behind the Stemmons Freeway sign. Shots ringing out. Kellerman turns around, Greer turns around again. The limousine speeds off. Let's watch it once more, see what you see. There are the secretaries, the motorcycle patrolmen. We're about to see the big splice. All of a sudden the limo will be there. See if you see the man with the hat. There it was. Jump. There's the Stemmons Freeway sign. Splice. Shots ringing out. Kellerman turns around. Greer turns around. Watch the Connollys this time. Watch the Connollys. See how they scramble, how they're down behind Greer. The limousine pulls off. To my mind, the most striking evidence in support of the Cooper hypothesis that Greer might have shot Kennedy is the motion of the Connollys. I mean, imagine he's lying across the seats, leaning on Nellie with 5 different wounds. He has a shattered rib, a shattered wrist, and yet, nevertheless, something frightens them so much that they both move very, very fast down behind, hide where exactly? Behind Greer's seat. That's where they hide. To me, that's very striking. Now, you do not have to believe that Greer shot Kennedy to believe that Greer was involved in the assassination for reasons that I have described. Yet there are other indications that go far beyond what you've seen here in the visual evidence that suggest Secret Service complicity in the assassination of Jack Kennedy. Here is a list of some of these considerations. Number 1, no protective military presence. Ordinarily, military intelligence units in the immediate vicinity of cities where the president will visit are contacted and activated, and a strong military presence is displayed in the city. This qualifies as a form of crowd control, where soldiers in civilian dress are distributed throughout the city and help to keep the crowd back. If you think back to the crowd in Dallas as the motorcade was proceeding through the city, you'll observe how the crowd was overflowing into the streets, which was an obvious violation of Secret Service policies and could not possibly have taken place had there been a proper military intelligence presence in the city. But that wasn't the case here. Number 2, no coverage of open windows. Once again, many spectators were peering out of open windows, and no attempt was made to keep them secure, nor were marksmen placed at strategic locations where they could provide protection for the president had anyone sought to open a window or take a shot at the president, which of course took place subsequently in Dealey Plaza. Number 3, the Dallas Police Department motorcycles were not in proper position. This is quite striking. Anyone who has ever observed foreign dignitaries in motorcades will notice how well they are protected by motorcycle patrolmen. Charles de Gaulle is a conspicuous example. Whenever de Gaulle traveled anywhere in France, he was surrounded by motorcycles and traveled at a high speed that would have made it all but impossible for anyone to fire successfully at him with a rifle. Number 4, Secret Service agents were not riding on the limousine. The limousine was equipped with special steps at the back. On about 4 different occasions during the motorcade, Clint Hill actually rushed up to the presidential limousine and positioned himself at the back of the limousine to provide extra protection. And yet, by the time the limousine got to Dealey Plaza, there was no Secret Service protection on those steps at the back of the limousine. Number 5, strikingly, the limousines were in improper sequence. It's completely inappropriate to have the president exposed by being in the lead limousine. The president should be somewhere in the middle of the motorcade where he is afforded optimum protection. What should take place in an ordinary motorcade, and I'm certain that if you study other motorcades you will find this is the case, that the various dignitaries involved are positioned in reverse order of rank so that the lowest ranking dignitaries appear at the beginning of the parade or motorcade and the higher ranking dignitaries come toward the middle or the end. That way the roar of the crowd increases as the parade passes by, so that first earliest in the motorcade should have come the mayor of Dallas, and somewhat later should have been the vice president of the United States, and only much later, somewhere toward the middle, should the president of the United States come by. Otherwise, you have a tremendous roar as the president passes by, and the crowd subsides and even begins to leave the motorcade, having seen the person they really came to see by the time that the vice president and the mayor come forth. In fact, the way in which the limousines were supposed to have been organized, the press vehicle should have been immediately after the Secret Service limousine protecting the president. But in fact, the way in which this motorcade played out, the press, the national press, was left way behind in vehicles as far back as 7, 8, and 9, so that in fact no member of the national press, apart from James Alchins, as we have observed, was in the position to take photographs and cover the events in Dealey Plaza in the way they would have been able to had they been in an appropriate position. That does not appear to be an accident. Number 6, an improper route was utilized. If you study maps of Dallas, you discover that there were at least 2 alternative motorcade routes that could have been employed. One would have been to continue up Main and go straight through Dealey Plaza without turning right on Houston and then turning 120 degrees onto Elm Street. By proceeding straight up Main Street, you would have intersected Industrial Boulevard, which would have provided easy access to the Trade Mart where the president was supposed to give his address at the lunch hour. Or alternatively, the motorcade could have proceeded up Elm Street instead of come up Main Street. By proceeding up Elm Street, there would have been only this slightly 30-degree curve on through Dealey Plaza, which would not have required that the motorcade slow down. In fact, what happened was a choice of a motorcade route that was clearly improper and violated Secret Service policies. Number 7, limousine took more than a 90-degree turn. And of course, a very strong indication then of the improper choice of motorcade route is the fact that the limousine did have to take that 120-degree turn off of Houston Street and onto Elm, as I've described before. Surely there are good reasons, and it would have been obvious to anyone familiar with protective services for presidents and other dignitaries that the motorcade should never have taken a turn of that kind, which brought the presidential limousine virtually to a halt directly in front of the Texas School Book Depository building, where if there had been an assassin lurking there, he would have been highly vulnerable to being assassinated. And number 8, the limousine slowed nearly to a halt. I'm talking about now actually in Dealey Plaza after the shots began to ring out. Several witnesses have testified that the limousine was brought by Greer virtually to a halt after the shots had begun to ring out. Now, that turns out not to be Greer's testimony, as we're about to discover, but there are several individuals who have testified that the limousine was brought to a halt, and that obviously would have been completely improper. The right response would have been to immediately accelerate and get out of there as fast as possible. Number 9, Secret Service agents were entirely unresponsive. Only one member of the Secret Service responded remotely appropriately, and that, of course, was Clint Hill. Observe the behavior of everyone else. They might as well have been untrained bystanders to judge from their performance. They looked around and did not react, and in fact never got off a shot. There was no return fire in Dealey Plaza. You might have thought they were merely spectators at this event to judge from their performance, and yet these are supposed to be highly trained professional Secret Service agents. Number 10, the limousine stopped for 30 seconds. I was astonished to read in Robert Grodin's book, The Killing of a President, that after leaving Dealey Plaza, the Secret Service limousine stopped at the entrance ramp to Stemmons Freeway for nearly 30 seconds while William Greer was obtaining information and instructions from the lead vehicle as to how to get emergency care and get to Parkland Hospital. This is astounding for at least 3 different reasons. One is after or in the midst of an assassination attempt, Greer would have had no way to know whether other assassins might be positioned in the vicinity of the entrance to the freeway, and therefore he was running the risk of exposing not only the president but the other occupants of the vehicle to possible further harm. In the second place, the Secret Service driver of the presidential limousine has only a few primary responsibilities. One of those, of course, is to be completely knowledgeable and familiar with the motorcade route. The other is to know where to proceed in an emergency, to already possess prior knowledge of the location of the nearest emergency care facilities, in which case there would have been no need to stop. But number 3, if Greer in fact did not know where the emergency facilities were located, then he was in radio contact with the other vehicles and could have obtained the information he needed by having Roy Kellerman obtain it over their radio system. There would have been no need whatsoever to stop the limousine. So I find this a very disturbing event that the presidential limousine should have stopped for a period of time of that kind at that point. Number 11, the limousine was washed at Parkland. One of the first activities of William Greer after the presidential limousine arrived at Parkland Hospital was to attain a bucket and a sponge and water and begin to wash the blood and brains off of the presidential limousine. I don't need to explain that this was destroying evidence of a crime, in fact an assassination of the president, and made Greer already at that point an accessory after the fact. Number 12, the limousine was dismantled and rebuilt. You might have thought that this presidential limousine, which after all was a crime scene on wheels, would have been preserved for posterity and would eventually have made its way to the Smithsonian Institute as a reflection of a crucial turning point in American history. But in fact, that is not what happened. The limousine instead was sent back to the Ford Motor Company and was completely dismantled and rebuilt and repainted, even though LBJ, JFK's successor, never rode in that limousine after it returned to government service. Number 13, and equally strikingly, Greer subsequently testified falsely. The testimony that William Greer gave in a summary of what he did, his conduct and experiences in Dealey Plaza, indicates that he hit the accelerator immediately after the second shot. By the second shot, he means the shot that hit John Connally. So according to William Greer's testimony, he hit the accelerator and moved the vehicle out of Dealey Plaza promptly upon the impact of the second bullet upon John Connally. But as you have now seen from the Zapruder film repeatedly over and over, that manifestly was not his behavior. In fact, he was testifying falsely. Those are 13 indications of Secret Service complicity, and in fact there are others. For example, number 14, the switched windshields. We have discovered that Richard Dudman observed what appeared to be a through-and-through hole in the windshield, and that the Alchins photograph now shows us what appears to be a shot of that kind. And yet, the windshield that the Secret Service has produced shows only cracks from a fragment fired from behind, which creates a very strong presumption that the Secret Service indeed did switch windshields and did participate in that way in the assassination. And 15th, Kellerman, now remember, at Bethesda Naval Hospital, took the photographs, exposed but undeveloped, and the x-rays, both exposed and developed, into Secret Service custody. These photographs and x-rays were constantly thereafter in the custody of the Secret Service and the President's personal physician. And yet when they surface again in 1978, 1979, after the House Select Committee inquiry, they appear to characterize the wounds in ways that are completely at variance with the descriptions that were provided at Bethesda and at Parkland. Once again, very strong, disturbing evidence of Secret Service complicity. There thus appear to be 15 very strong indications of Secret Service complicity. I think that many of these are conclusive indications that the Secret Service was involved in the, if not in the conspiracy to kill Jack Kennedy, at least in the cover-up of the assassination. Nevertheless, suppose we were to treat them probabilistically and to say, well, some of these things might occur now and then. Suppose we go down our list and say, ask ourselves, say, with respect to the original 13 factors, could we treat those as 13 independent factors that have a certain improbability in order to assess how improbable it would be that they should have all occurred together in Dealey Plaza on that day? Well, some of them might have an innocuous explanation. For example, that the Dallas Police Department motorcycles were not in position. Possibly that's something that sometimes the president discouraged. Possibly he suggested that he did not want the motorcycles to be covering the presidential limousine so tightly because they'd interfere with spectators communicating him by waving and so forth. And obviously, number 7 and number 8, the limousine taking its more than 9-degree turn and the limousine slowing nearly to a halt in Dealey Plaza are not independent, but rather are part and parcel of an improper route being utilized. If we were to subtract those 3 factors, we'd still be left with 10. Well, suppose we adopt a simple statistical model of the following kind. Suppose we assume, as you can see here displayed on this table, that each of these events is an independent event having an improbability of 1 in 10. That is to say, suppose we take each of these events as being something that occurs maybe 1 time in 10. Then the question becomes, with what improbability would we have, say, as 8 of these events occurring on the same occasion together with an improbability of 1 in 10? Well, by looking it up on the table, you discover that for 8 of these events to have occurred simultaneously in a single event would have an improbability of 1 followed by 8 zeros, or in other words, 1 in 100 million. In other words, only 1 time in 100 million would you expect 8 events having an improbability of 1 in 10 to occur together. And if you take 10 of these events, 10, by discounting the ones we just discussed, for example, then the improbability of those 10 events occurring altogether would have an improbability of 1 in 10 billion. 1 in 10 billion. Well, in science, we characteristically reject an hypothesis when it has an improbability equal to or greater than 1 in 20. The evidence here, I suggest, is conclusive that there was Secret Service complicity in the assassination of Jack Kennedy. We have discovered that the most likely scenario for the assassination to take place as it appears to have taken place would have involved Secret Service participation. The indications of Secret Service participation, moreover, appear to be very substantial, indeed even overwhelming. We have found altogether at least 15 indications of Secret Service participation, which, if we subtract several different kinds of factors because they aren't independent events or because they might have been things that happen only occasionally, nevertheless reduced to a statistical model that makes the occurrence of, say, even 8 of these improbable to the extent of occurring only once in 100 million, or if we consider as many as 10, only once in 10 billion. The evidence of Secret Service complicity is therefore overwhelming. It is unreasonable to believe that the Secret Service would have participated in the assassination of the president without some kind of approval from others in positions of authority. The evidence, therefore, for an assassination conspiracy scenario that involves elements of the federal government is very impressive indeed. If I were to suggest how this matter should be pursued from this point, then it would seem altogether appropriate that a special prosecutor ought to be appointed. It is not reasonable to suppose that the government could pursue this investigation. Notice there have been 2 government inquiries, namely the Warren Commission and the House Select Committee on Assassinations inquiry, that have utterly failed to come to grips with the assassination itself. The only way in which it would appear this matter could be resolved would be by a vigorous inquiry carried out by an investigator independent of, influenced by the federal government. Now, I am not a judge and I am not a jury. Determinations of guilt or innocence in a legal sense must be the product of a judicial process. However, if a special prosecutor were to be appointed in this case, it would not be inappropriate for the conduct of individuals such as the following to be subject to review and possible exoneration. And possible exoneration. I have in mind individuals such as the following. Consider Secret Service Agent William Greer, the driver of the presidential limousine. You know about Greer. Secret Service Agent Roy Kellerman, Greer's assistant. You know about Roy Kellerman. Secret Service Agent Winston Lawson. Secret Service Agent Lawson was the advance man who planned the motorcade route in association with representatives of the city government. Mr. Charles Harrelson. Charles Harrelson has been identified with the tallest of 3 tramps who were escorted through Dealey Plaza shortly after the assassination, but who were never properly identified or properly booked. He is presently serving a life term for the assassination of a federal judge with a high-powered rifle, a crime strikingly similar to that of the assassination of the president. Charles Harrelson has said that he was involved in killing Kennedy. He has actually said that he killed Kennedy. He subsequently retracted that claim and maintained that when he said it, he had been out of his mind, and that the very fact that he said it was an indication of how far out of his mind he was at the time. But can you imagine anyone at all, claiming to have killed Kennedy if they had not been involved in the assassination? I ask you. Mr. Jack Lawrence. Mr. Jack Lawrence was an expert marksman in the United States Air Force who came to work for a local automobile agency in downtown Dallas shortly before the assassination. It was the same automobile agency that provided the vehicles for the presidential motorcade. Immediately after the assassination, he showed up back on the lot. He was sweating profusely. He was all muddy, and he was extremely nauseated and vomiting. He disappeared 2 days later. Mr. Chauncey Holt. Mr. Chauncey Holt has identified himself as the third of the three tramps who escorted through Dealey Plaza. Chauncey Holt has stated that he was a counterfeiter who was in Dealey Plaza delivering forged Secret Service credentials to participants in the assassination as a part of their cover-up. You can find Chauncey Holt's remarks to this effect even in Newsweek magazine. Sheriff J.E. Bill Decker. Sheriff Decker had the reputation for running Dallas County with an iron hand. He ordered his deputies not to participate in any way in protection for the presidential motorcade. However, he also directed one of his deputies, Harry Weatherford, who was an expert marksman, to position himself on the Dallas County Records building with a high-powered rifle and a telescopic sight. When later Harry Weatherford was asked if he had anything to do with the assassination, he swore and said he killed lots of sons of bitches. That was the way he responded to the question. Chief Jesse Curry, Dallas Police Department. Chief Curry, who drove the vehicle that led JFK to his death in Dealey Plaza, claimed to have known immediately that 3 and only 3 shots had been fired and that all 3 were fired from the school book depository, even though his car was under the triple underpass at the time, a location, one might have thought, that would make it very difficult for anyone to judge the number and location of shots fired. He subsequently appeared on Air Force One in time for the swearing in, and in that famous photograph of LBJ with his right hand raised, Jackie standing beside him in her blood-stained outfit, you can see Chief Curry's face partially obscured by LBJ's right hand. When Lee Oswald was transferred at the jail on Sunday morning, Chief Curry received a phone call from Mayor Cabell at precisely the time the transfer was taking place, which of course completely absolved him of any responsibility for what followed. Sergeant Gerald Hill, Dallas Police Department. Gerald Hill had an interesting day on the 22nd of November. Everywhere that Lee Harvey Oswald was, Gerald Hill was not far behind. He was at the site of the Tippit shooting. He was at the site of the Texas Theater where Oswald was arrested when 20 squad cars converged after a report that someone had entered a theater without paying a ticket. Surely one of the most remarkable responses in force to a minor infraction in the history of American law enforcement. Gerald Hill has also been implicated as participating in the cover-up in a serious study conducted using voice stress analysis that is reported in a book by George O'Toole entitled The Assassination Tapes, 1975. That's a very important book that also discredits testimony provided by Buell Wesley Frazier, who claimed that he drove Lee Harvey Oswald to work that day with curtain rods. Also discredits the testimony of Howard Brennan, who claimed to have seen the shooter in the 6th floor window of the Texas School Book Depository. Also discredits the testimony of Helen Markham, who claimed to have been across the street and to have seen Oswald shoot J.D. Tippit. Voice stress analysis suggests that all of their testimony was false and concocted, not worthy of belief. In addition, J. Gordon Shanklin of the FBI, he was the head of the FBI branch in Dallas, the agent in charge. He and Secret Service agent Forrest Sorrells, who was the head of the Secret Service branch in Dallas, I believe that the assassination could not have gone down without their being knowledgeable about the event at the time, and therefore they are on this list. Robert A. Frazier, FBI, gave truthful testimony about the location of the wounds in JFK's jacket and shirt, but he gave astonishing and incredible, literally incredible evidence about the nature of the rifle that Oswald was using. The rifle was in poor shape. It was literally a piece of junk. It was a part of a lot of junk weapons that could be bought at, a dozen for a couple of dollars. It had to be reconstructed before it could be fired by those who were seeking to test it afterwards. And while Frazier claims to have been an expert on firearms, it's most unlikely that he would have had any expertise with respect to firearms of this kind. The FBI, after all, deals with sidearms, small arms, .45 caliber automatics, machine guns, and the like, but it's most unlikely that Frazier would have had any knowledge about obscure World War II military rifles of the kind that Oswald is alleged to have used. His testimony, however, was that this was an excellent choice of weapon and very appropriate for an assassination, even though Lee Harvey Oswald did have some acquaintance with firearms and could have purchased a completely superior firearm on any corner store in Dallas without producing any identification. This is another reason, of course, to be suspicious about his purchase of the Mannlicher Carcano to assassinate the president. Commander James J. Humes, United States Navy; J. Thornton Boswell, United States Navy; John H. Ebersol, United States Navy. All three of them participated in the autopsy. Ebersol is the radiologist. Several of the technicians who were there that night suggested that Ebersol was actually directing the course of the autopsy, and that would have made excellent sense from the point of view of the technical aspects of conducting an autopsy, because the radiologist is the person responsible for taking the x-rays, and just as in the case of Blakey, the x-rays ordinarily constitute the strongest or the best evidence in the case. Were it not for David Mantick's ingenious experiments using optical densitometry, we might not know today that exactly how those x-rays had been fabricated. But given Mantick's evidence, there's every reason to believe that Humes and Boswell and Ebersol, who have misdescribed other aspects of the autopsy, including the time at which they learned of wounds to the president's throat, clearly belong on this list. John Stover, Calvin Galloway, George C. Berkeley, USN. Well, of course, they were commanding officers at the Naval Hospital and the president's personal physician. It's very interesting to observe that of all of the persons who were at Parkland on the airplane and at Bethesda, only a small group were in all three locations. That small group would have had to have knowledge that the description of the wounds at Parkland was very different from the description of the wounds at Bethesda, and that something was seriously amiss. Those persons include the president's personal physician, George Berkeley, and Secret Service agents William Greer and Roy Kellerman. Charles Cabell, United States Air Force. Charles Cabell was the deputy director of the CIA at the time of the Bay of Pigs. It was Charles Cabell who called John Kennedy at about 4:30 in the morning to plead with him for close air support, which Jack refused to provide. It was Charles Cabell who, when he was dismissed from the CIA, along with Allen Dulles and Richard Bissell, returned to the Pentagon describing Jack Kennedy as a traitor. Charles Cabell was born in Dallas, Texas in 1903. The mayor of Dallas in 1963 was his brother Earl Cabell, born in Dallas in 1906. If one is interested in solving a crime by looking for motive, means, and opportunity, then I submit that the Cabell connection is the key, because Charles Cabell had been the person overseeing the efforts of the CIA in collusion with the mob to assassinate Fidel Castro. He had participated in the training of those assassination teams. He believed that Jack Kennedy was a traitor to his country. He had both the motive and the means, and it's very plausible to conclude, as I believe, that his brother Earl provided him with the opportunity. You must recall that the mayor of a city such as Dallas not only has responsibility for supervising the police department, as indeed was the case here, but also was responsible for parade routes and other ceremonial activities. This motorcade could never have taken the improper route it did without approval and concurrence from the mayor of the city of Dallas. Mr. Henry Wade. Mr. Henry Wade was the district attorney for Dallas, Texas. He concluded with remarkable speed, even before any serious investigation had begun, that Lee Harvey Oswald was guilty, that he had done it beyond reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. He went on national television and said as much. His views were reported all over the country and had a great deal to do with convincing people in the public mind that Oswald was guilty as he had been charged. Mr. Clint Murchison, Mr. H.L. Hunt, Mr. D.H. Byrd. These are all rather prominent Texas oil millionaires. Murchison and Hunt, of course, far more familiar than Byrd. Byrd, however, had a long-time ownership of the Texas School Book Depository building since around 1938. The building itself has a very curious history. A fine article on this subject was recently published in the third decade, a journal that is devoted to assassination research. I think anyone who wants to complete their understanding of the physical facilities at Dealey Plaza cannot afford to overlook this study of the ownership of the Texas School Book Depository building. Apparently all the employees at the time, incidentally, were paid strictly in cash, so that if records were produced of Oswald's payments as an employee, they had to be fabricated after the fact. Mr. Allen Dulles, Mr. All-Inspector, Mr. David Bellin. These were all principals in the conduct of the Warren Commission. Allen Dulles, of course, had a very strong hand in the course that the Warren Commission took and in fashioning its ultimate report. Mr. All-Inspector was a junior counsel to the Warren Commission whose responsibility was accounting for all the wounds and who fabricated, who introduced, who conceived of the magic bullet theory, the idea that one bullet had caused all these wounds. There's a lot of evidence of inadequate investigation by the staff. It's interesting to observe that most of the investigation conducted by the Warren Commission was left to the FBI, and only some of it was conducted by the Warren Commission staff itself, which was composed principally of lawyers. Lawyers, as those who are familiar with the television series Law & Order are no doubt aware, have the role of preparing prosecution briefs in order to bring evidence to bear at trial against an accused. They are not generally involved in investigating crimes themselves. That is left to the police and other investigative agencies. In the case of the assassination, it was left to J. Edgar Hoover and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mr. David Bellin was a high-level counsel to the Warren Commission and has spent a tremendous amount of time in public and in private in praising the work of the Warren Commission and in seeking to rebut the views of their critics, casting much aspersion upon their character and motivation. It seems to me that David Bellin appropriately belongs on this list given the new discoveries we have about the nature of the evidence and the incredibly slipshod and sloppy way in which the investigation was conducted. Gerald Ford. I do not for a moment believe that Gerald Ford would have had anything to do with a conspiracy to assassinate the President of the United States had he had any knowledge of any such event. However, Gerald Ford was widely reported to be the FBI's man on the Warren Commission and to have provided constant feedback to J. Edgar Hoover about the direction that the Warren Commission was taking in its investigation. And for that reason, his name is on this list. J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover may have had the most remarkable career in American government as the dominant figure of an important investigative institution, but there is massive evidence that he abused his position and perverted his responsibilities. Anyone who's interested in learning about J. Edgar Hoover should study a new book by Anthony Summers, published in 1993, entitled Official and Confidential, which not only reports the acrimonious relations he had with the Kennedys and his desire not to be retired, but also reflects on FBI performance in the case of investigating the assassination. A nice illustration is that of Regis Kennedy, who was an FBI agent on loan from New Orleans. During the week after the assassination, Regis Kennedy visited Beverly Oliver, who has been known and often referred to as the Babushka Lady because individuals knew how she was dressed but did not know her identity. Beverly Oliver, it turns out, was a stripper who worked at a club near Jack Ruby's Carousel Club. She was standing very close to Mary Moorman and Jean Hill at the time of the assassination and took a motion picture of the assassination, which, were it available, would probably provide some of the most informative visual evidence of all of the assassination because she was filming from that side of the entire grassy knoll and therefore could have provided extremely important evidence about shooters firing from the grassy knoll. Regis Kennedy visited her and asked if he could take her film for use as evidence and promised that he would return it within 10 days. He took the film, but it was never returned. No one knows what has become of it. Lyndon Baines Johnson. Lyndon Baines Johnson may have been the most ruthless and ambitious figure in American political history. He always wanted to be the president of all the people, and yet that possibility appeared to be slipping from his grasp. The Bobby Baker scandal, to which I have alluded, was a very strong indication that he was in deep political trouble. I already showed you the Life magazine for the 8th of November, but on the Life magazine for 22 November, there was another major story on the scandal growing in Washington that was going to strongly affect his reputation in Washington and his prospects for running again with JFK. There was to be a vote in the United States Senate on Friday afternoon, a vote about Bobby Baker that would have had lasting repercussions for LBJ. When the assassination took place, however, the vote was canceled, and it never took place. Madeline Brown, his mistress, by whom he had a son who lived to be a teenager, came forth about 18 months ago to report that Lyndon had told her shortly before the assassination that after Friday he wasn't going to have to put up with embarrassment from those Kennedy boys any longer. And when she asked him if he knew who were involved, he replied that he did, that the CIA and the oil boys had decided he had to be taken out. LBJ's biographer, Doris Kearns Goodwin, has said of LBJ, there is nothing he would stop at to get what he wants. And there appears to be a great deal of corroborating evidence for that claim. Anyone who has an interest in LBJ's motives and behavior about this time might want to take a look at a recent book by Craig Zerbel entitled The Texas Connection, published in 1991. I don't want to suggest that everyone who had anything to do with the assassination was necessarily a bad guy. Here are some special cases. Alone among the Secret Service agents who participated in the motorcade, Clint Hill took some action to assist. It has been observed by Mike Pincher of Palmdale, California, that Clint Hill's motives may have had to do with Jackie rather than with Jack. The only reason Clint Hill was on that motorcade was because he was Jackie's personal bodyguard, and she specifically had asked him to participate in the motorcade. Moreover, if you think about the sequence of events and when Clint Hill began to respond, it appears fairly obvious that it was only when Jackie started to climb back over the limousine that Clint Hill ran forward to assist apparently her rather than the president. Nevertheless, alone among the Secret Service agents, he made some efforts to act in an appropriate fashion. Gerald F. Custer, Paul O'Connor, James Curtis Jenkins, Floyd Reeby, Dennis David. These were all military technicians or administrators in the United States Navy who were stationed at Bethesda Hospital at the time of the autopsy. They have all repeatedly, publicly protested that the x-rays and photographs from the autopsy are fabrications, are fake, and cannot be believed. These are individuals who were physically present at the time, and yet they have not been taken seriously. The nation's press and the nation's politicians has all but ignored what they have had to say. It seems to me that their conduct here has been very courageous in coming forth and stating what not only appears to be true, but which has now been positively corroborated by the medical findings of David Mantic. Charles Crenshaw, MD. While many of the other physicians also testified to the nature of the wounds in ways that corroborated Crenshaw's description, he nevertheless has been particularly outspoken and forthright in addressing what has happened. He recently published a book, JFK Conspiracy of Silence, in which he reported the circumstances that prevailed at the time and his experiences not only in treating the President of the United States, but 2 days later, Lee Harvey Oswald, his accused assassin. I suggest that this book is very worthwhile reading for anyone who wants to understand the perspective of the physicians who participated in the President's treatment at Parkland Hospital. I think it's a notable contribution and does a great deal to illuminate what happened in this case. Jean Hill was a witness at Dealey Plaza who was standing beside Mary Moorman when she was taking her photographs. Mary Moorman had a Polaroid camera that required processing the film as it came from the camera in order to be developed, so she could only take a shot about every 10 seconds, and Jean was assisting her in doing that. Immediately after the assassination, she rushed up onto the grassy knoll and reports that she was shortly thereafter apprehended by individuals who indicated that they had been observing her, who relieved her of several photographs that Mary Moorman had taken, and who subsequently interrogated her for a substantial period of time. When she told them that she thought she had heard several shots, including some fired from the grassy knoll, they told her that that couldn't possibly be right because only 3 shots had been fired and they'd all come from the Texas School Book Depository building. They told her she shouldn't talk about what she heard. At the time, she was dating a member of the Dallas Police Department, and when she told him of her experiences, he advised her that she ought to keep her mouth shut, which Jean Hill proceeded to do. For approximately 25, 26 years, she kept her mouth shut until finally she came forth and published a book entitled Jean Hill, The Last Dissenting Witness, that described her experiences in Dealey Plaza. I think if you want to know what it was like to be a witness to that event on that tragic day, you could not do much better than read that book. Problem cases. Malcolm Perry, MD. I believe that Malcolm Perry was a red-blooded all-American boy who had a very promising career ahead of him, that he was an extremely competent and proficient general surgeon, and that he gave President Kennedy the highest quality care that he could possibly have provided under the circumstances. I believe that Malcolm Perry wanted to testify truthfully and completely about the events that occurred at Parkland Hospital, but that circumstances conspired against him. I remind you of the testimony of Aubrey Bell, the nurse, who said that the following morning when he came in, she had never seen anyone who appeared to be so dejected, that he had been kept up all night by phone calls from Bethesda Hospital trying to convince him that he should change his description of the throat wound from an entrance wound to a wound of exit. Later, of course, during his Warren Commission appearance, our inspector made it possible to obscure, better than change, to obscure the importance of his testimony by a series of hypothetical questions that allowed him to concede that if you granted those assumptions, then you'd have to grant the conclusion that the wound was a wound of exit. Moreover, his important testimony at Parkland Hospital was never before the Warren Commission, precisely because of the claim that there was over 200 hours of tape to classify, and they'd never got around to it, notwithstanding the fact that this would have been the very first element, the very first story covered on all that tape. Pierre Fink, MD. Pierre Fink subsequently testified about several aspects of the autopsy and the assassination that were considerably important and contrary to the government's official position. He was subpoenaed to testify during the Jim Garrison inquiry, and among the assertions he made at that time was that there were high-ranking officers who appeared to be directing the autopsy. This directly contradicts the claim of Commander Humes that he and he alone was in charge of the autopsy, but it appears as though Fink's testimony is accurate and Commander Humes is not. George Lundberg, MD, was the editor-in-chief of the Journal of the American Medical Association when it began publishing a series of biased and one-sided articles on the assassination. These articles were completely uncritical reports based upon interviews with Humes and Boswell, perhaps the two individuals who had the greatest stake in providing evidence in support of their official autopsy report and the Warren Commission's study of the investigation. These articles were not properly reviewed by anyone who possessed suitable knowledge of the assassination. At a symposium on the assassination that was held in Chicago, George Lundberg conceded that he knew practically nothing about the assassination and that his only interest in the assassination was in the role of a journalist. This is quite astonishing given the amount of attention and promotion that George Lundberg gave to these articles, including a national press conference that he presented standing behind an AMA podium, conveying the impression that the American Medical Association endorsed these findings, which could not be further from the truth. In my estimation, these articles were very carefully timed in order to counteract the tremendous surge of interest in the assassination that had been stimulated by Oliver Stone's film JFK. It seems to me that his abuse of the journal was reprehensible and completely unprofessional, and I make this assertion as the editor of one journal and co-editor of another. If the reconstruction of the assassination that is supported by the evidence that I have been reviewing with you is even remotely right-headed, then it may be largely explanatory as to why it has been so difficult to unearth the truth in this case. The conspirators may have been emboldened by the fact, the evident consideration, that they were largely in control of all of the legal and investigative agencies to which this crime might appropriately be reported. Consider the following chart. If someone wanted to report any evidence about this crime, they might, of course, have thought of turning to the Dallas Police Department, but its chief, of course, was Jesse Curry. Alternatively, they might have thought of turning to the Dallas County Sheriff's Department, but it was headed by J.E. Bill Decker, Sheriff. The only other local recourse presumably would be the Dallas District Attorney's Office, but that was headed by Henry Wade, District Attorney. Thus, anyone living in the locale where the crime had been committed who wanted to report any information or evidence they had about the crime would have been in a very awkward position to do so, given what we at this point understand about the crime. An investigation was taken up by the Texas State Attorney General by the name of Waggoner Carr, who made a report to the Warren Commission that led to a secret meeting on the 22nd of January 1964. What Waggoner Carr had discovered was reports that Lee Harvey Oswald was an undercover agent for the FBI, that he had undercover agent number 179, that he was being paid $200 a month since 1962 and was still under contract with the FBI at the time of the assassination. This led to great concern among the members of the commission who had Waggoner Carr come to Washington secretly and discuss it with them, and they concluded that his report was so serious that it needed to be pursued, but in fact nothing was ever done to follow up on what he had to say. You can find a useful discussion of this, incidentally, in Mark Lane's valuable book, Rush to Judgment, which was published already in 1966. If one had sought to bring evidence of this crime to agencies outside of Texas, then the most appropriate would have been the Federal Bureau of Investigation, J. Edgar Hoover, Director, the Department of Justice, Bobby Kennedy, Attorney General, or the White House, Lyndon B. Johnson, President. The most interesting possibility, obviously, was the Department of Justice, but I think that circumstances suggest Bobby Kennedy was boxed in by a superior at the White House and by a subordinate at the FBI. Remember, Lyndon Johnson created the Warren Commission not only to head off other investigations at the local and state level, but also to preempt investigations other than through the Bureau of Investigation, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Moreover, it's stunning that a memorandum that was distributed already on the 25th of November 1963 by Bobby Kennedy's deputy, Nicholas Katzenbach, to Bill Moyers, who was Lyndon Baines Johnson's press secretary, lays out instructions for covering the assassination. Anyone who wants to know why the American people suspect that there's been a cover-up of the assassination at the highest level must study this memorandum, the text of which reads as follows. It is important that all the facts surrounding President Kennedy's assassination be made public in a way which will satisfy people in the United States and abroad that all the facts have been told, and that a statement to this effect be made now. Number one, the public must be satisfied that Oswald was the assassin, that he did not have Confederates who are still at large, and that the evidence was such that he would have been convicted at trial. Remember now, this is a memorandum being written on Monday the 25th. Oswald had only been assassinated Sunday the 24th. The assassination had only taken place Friday the 22nd, 3 days before. And nevertheless, the conclusion is being drawn in the form of a directive about how the assassination should be covered, that the public must be satisfied that Oswald was the assassin, that he did not have Confederates who are still at large, and that the evidence was such that he would have been convicted at a trial. There's no possible way that those conclusions could have been known to be true at this point in time. Therefore, you have at the highest level taking for granted a conclusion that was in fact yet to be established by any serious inquiry. Number two, speculation about Oswald's motivation ought to be cut off, and we should have some basis for rebutting thought that this was a communist conspiracy, or, as the Iron Curtain Press is saying, a right-wing conspiracy to blame it on the communists. Unfortunately, the facts on Oswald seem too pat, too obvious, Marxist, Cuba, Russian wife, etc. The Dallas police had put out statements on the communist conspiracy theory, and it was they who were in charge when he was shot and thus silenced. Fascinating. Think about it. Fascinating. And indeed, this communist angle was very much played up by the press in Dallas, Texas at the time. Shortly after the assassination, for example, broadcasters were reporting that a communist had killed Kennedy because he wasn't turning the country communist fast enough. Fascinating. Number 3. The matter has been handled thus far with neither dignity nor conviction. Facts have been mixed with rumor and speculation. We can scarcely let the world see us totally in the image of the Dallas police when our president is murdered. I think this objective may be satisfied by making public as soon as possible a complete and thorough FBI report on Oswald and the assassination. This may run into the difficulty of pointing to inconsistencies between this report and statements by Dallas police officials, but the reputation of the Bureau is such that it may do the whole job. That's from Nicholas Katzenbach, Deputy Attorney General of the United States, to Bill Moyers, White House Press Secretary, on 25 November 1963. If anyone is interested in evidence of cover-up by the federal government in the assassination of John Kennedy, they cannot do better than start with this document. If Bobby was boxed in at the Justice Department, and if his deputy was preempting the idea of any serious inquiry, if all the investigation was left in the hands of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, then where else could one turn? Here are 3 possibilities. The CIA. How about the Secret Service? Or, alternatively, the Warren Commission. I might observe that after the Warren Commission was disbanded, no branch of the government officially had responsibility for conducting investigation of the assassination. If anyone wants a serious chronicle of the repeated failure of the Department of Justice of the United States to pursue leads, even those provided by the government itself in the form of the House Select Committee on Investigations, you cannot do better than read the book by Anthony Summers, Conspiracy, published in 1980. Well, that was then, this is now. One might imagine that having discovered new evidence of a cover-up and conspiracy in the assassination, that our group might want to bring this to the attention of the federal government. I have made repeated efforts to do so. Already on 17 September 1993, I wrote to the Honorable Janet Reno, Attorney General of the United States, providing her with a summary of new evidence in this case related to the testimony of Robert B. Livingston. Here is a copy of the letter that I sent to Attorney General Reno. I'll read you the first paragraph. Dear Madam Attorney General, this letter brings to your attention a witness whose testimony appears to provide conclusive evidence that James Humes, one of the medical officers who performed the autopsy on John F. Kennedy at Bethesda Naval Hospital, had knowledge of the existence of a wound to the throat and of its importance as evidence of a shot fired from the front and therefore of a second gunman on Friday the 22nd prior to conducting the autopsy, even though he has claimed that he only learned of a wound to the throat the following day, Saturday the 23rd, after the autopsy was over. I continue to describe this evidence on the rest of that page and the next and explain its importance. On page 3, you will observe I emphasize, if Dr. Livingston's testimony concerning his conversation with Humes on the 22nd is accurate, then it provides strong evidence for these conclusions. Number 1, that Humes, Boswell, and Perry lied under oath, etc. Number 2, that government officials promoted a cover-up. And number 3, that the single bullet theory is almost certainly false. Even more significantly, an entry wound to the neck also destroys the single assassin scenario. I sent a subsequent letter to the Attorney General on the 27th of September 1993, I show it here, regarding new evidence, including, among other items, the full transcript of the Parkland press conference, just in case the Department of Justice might have misplaced it or not be able to get a hold of it. I received a response from the Department of Justice, which I show you here, dated December 7th, 1993. This letter was not from the Attorney General, but rather from Mary C. Spearing, Chief, General Litigation and Legal Advice Section. I read you a couple of selections from her letter. Your 2 recent letters to the Attorney General regarding the assassination of President John F. Kennedy were referred to the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice for response. Next paragraph, as you are probably aware, in 1978, the United States House of Representatives Select Committee on Assassinations issued a detailed report regarding President Kennedy's assassination. End of that paragraph. Those congressional publications provide a detailed analysis of the autopsy findings and address many of the issues which you have raised regarding the assassination of President Kennedy. Next page. We appreciate your efforts in contacting the Department of Justice regarding this matter of mutual concern. Well, I was profoundly disturbed by this response because I was bringing to their attention the testimony of the highest-ranking scientist in both the Eisenhower and Kennedy administrations, a man who had actually telephoned Commander Humes on the day of the assassination, a person of impeccable integrity and whose testimony had never been heard by any government agency investigating the assassination. Therefore, it was incredible to me how I could be told by Mary Spearing that the House Select Committee's inquiry had covered the issues that were being raised in Robert Livingston's testimony. Moreover, given the findings of David Mantic, I wrote yet a second series of letters, the first of which was mailed to the Attorney General on the 14th of December, 1993. I headed Fabricated Evidence in the Assassination of JFK, and I refer to the letter from Mary Spearing to me of 7 December. Most important, highlighted in the second paragraph of this brief letter, I would observe that the information under consideration here concerns the fabrication of X-rays and of other evidence in this case, which goes far beyond the scope of the HSCA investigation. I would be grateful to receive a response more appropriate than that of reference A. Then again, on 18 December, I wrote a letter directly to Mary Spearing. I said, "Dear Ms. Spearing, this letter is written to lodge a complaint about your casual and dismissive response in reference A to information that I sent to the Attorney General via references B and C. On the second page, I point out, I was not expressing concern, but providing evidence, which appears to be conclusive, that Humes et al. Have made false statements to the Warren Commission and the House Committee. I also observe I was not merely endorsing certain theories about the assassination, the official account being only the most inadequate, but actually submitting some very important evidence." I concluded on page 3 making several important points. Dr. Mantic visited the National Archives 4 times during October and repeatedly examined the X-rays of President Kennedy's skull and body that are preserved there. As you may discern from reading Enclosure 3 and Appendix G, he has discovered that the X-rays are fabrications and that the HSCA single bullet theory is wrong. I therefore hope that you do not plan to respond to reference D by referring again to the HSCA report, which has been discredited by Dr. Mantic's objective and repeatable scientific findings. In the final paragraph, I would also observe that other evidence provided by reference D deserves serious consideration, including, for example, Dr. Livingston's conclusion that the diagrams and photographs in the National Archives that purport to be of the brain of John F. Kennedy must be of someone else's brain. It does not take a rocket scientist to appreciate that the opinion of a world authority on the human brain in a case of this kind must be taken seriously. I therefore hope that you will not again trivialize the importance of what I am submitting. I am not alone in believing that the Department of Justice has neither the talent nor the inclination to examine this case objectively. I therefore urge the appointment of a special prosecutor to pursue this case. I sent copies of this letter to Joanne Harris, Assistant Attorney General, Louis B. Free, Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Honorable Janet Reno, Attorney General, the Honorable Al Gore, U.S. Vice President, and the Honorable Bill Clinton, U.S. President. On the 25th of January, 1994, I received yet another letter from Mary Spearing, in which she claims on the second paragraph, while the report of the House Select Committee on Assassinations was prepared prior to your allegations, as you noted, it does in fact address many of the issues which you have recently raised. Incredible. She also states, while we would be pleased to continue to review any new evidence, in quotes, or opinions which you refer to the department, we regret that in the interest of conservation of scarce resources, we will be unable to reply to your letters in the future. How thoughtful. Final sentence. We appreciate your interest in the assassination and your willingness to advise the Department of Justice of your views. Signed, Mary Spearing, Chief, General Litigation and Legal Advice Section. I was not happy with that reply. Under the circumstances, I thought it was hopelessly inadequate, so I wrote once again directly to Mary Spearing in a letter dated 30 January 1994. Dear Ms. Spearing, in reference A, you indicate that the new evidence I provided by my earlier correspondence had been dealt with by the HSCA inquiry and other investigations. Since I was reporting to you the results of studies of the X-rays conducted in October 1993, employing a scientific technique known as optical densitometry, which had never before been employed for this purpose, Your response is not only logically absurd, but scientifically illiterate. I understand that you passed my submissions past 3 attorneys knowledgeable about the assassination. But unless they possess the relevant scientific qualifications to appraise Dr. Mandick's studies, by virtue of possessing a PhD physics and an MD with a specialty in radiology, for example, their opinion is completely irrelevant. This is a scientific question about a matter of fact and not a legal question that could be answered by a set of attorneys. I have no interest in embarrassing you personally or the Department of Justice, but I want you to know that this story is gradually making its way into the public domain. Take 10 minutes of your time and read the article in reference B, which is enclosed. It will be time well spent. If you ever involve yourself personally in a case rather than supervise those who deal with them, this is the time. You must come to grips with this development. I was very disheartened by the response of the Department of Justice, and has further convinced me that the only possible way that we can get to the heart of the matter in the assassination of JFK is by the appointment of a special prosecutor independent of the Department of Justice itself. In addition to making repeated attempts to bring this new evidence to the attention of the Department of Justice, the members of my research group and I made efforts to bring it to the attention of the public through the national media. On the 18th of November, 1993, we participated in a press conference held in New York City. Although a large segment of the press located in New York were invited to attend, only a handful actually appeared. We believe this happened in part because we had been invited to participate in this conference by the author of a new book on the assassination. Because the conference was sponsored by his publisher, it may have appeared to those in the press as though this were primarily a promotional event in order to market the new book. Nothing, in fact, could have been further from the truth. Dr. Mandick, Dr. Livingston, Dr. Aguilar, and I, and Gerald Custer were all there to participate together in presenting these findings to the national press. The result, however, was acutely disappointing. One reporter for Reuters International News Service did write an article that focused on one of the issues that we raised, namely the fabrication of the X-rays. And in fact, this was widely reported in the international press outside of the United States. So that if you live, for example, in Edmonton, Canada, as you can see from this copy of a press report, on Friday, November 19th, 1993, you could have read this story in the Edmonton Sun. Doc says JFK X-rays altered. The next morning we flew to Dallas, Texas to participate in the 3rd annual symposium on the assassination of JFK, which would last for 4 days and end on the 22nd when Dealey Plaza was being dedicated as a national landmark. The following morning, the 19th, after our press conference, when I awakened, I turned on the television and caught 2 sentences on CNN that reported that a physician who was a radiologist had concluded that the X-rays were fabrications. The X-rays kept in the National Archives were fabrications. When I came downstairs, I was fairly excited that we had broken through and told David Mandick that it looked good, but in fact, that was the end of our national coverage. I have subsequently learned that a story was written by an Associated Press reporter that was perhaps the best story written on the assassination in the last 30 years, but that story was apparently killed at the national desk. So the only domestic coverage that our press conference received was 2 sentences on CNN, and the story was otherwise lost. On Saturday the 20th, Dr. Mandick presented his findings to this assassination symposium, and on Sunday the 21st, Dr. Livingston presented his findings. They both received ovations. So the situation at that point was that about 400 to 600 of the foremost students of the assassination, all the experts on the assassination were knowledgeable about these new developments, and members of the international community knew that something was afoot through the article that appeared thanks to Reuters News Service. But otherwise, the public in the United States was completely unaware of these events. I sought to do something to correct that situation, and on the 23rd of November, I sent a letter to Nightline. Here you can see a copy. Actually, it was a fax, a 26-page fax, which I sought to summarize the salient features as follows. A radiologist who's also a physicist has subjected the X-rays of John Kennedy to scientific tests and has discovered conclusive evidence that these X-rays are composite fabrications, with a description of Dr. Mannix' qualifications. A world authority on the human brain has concluded that photographs and drawings stored in the National Archives must be of the brain of someone other than John F. Kennedy, and I characterize Dr. Livingston's background. An expert on scientific reasoning asserts that this evidence provides scientific proof that the JFK autopsy report can no longer be accepted and that the Warren report, which was based upon it, has to be rejected, and I describe my own credentials and background. On the second page, however, a paragraph occurs that may have greatly disturbed Nightline as they reviewed the possibility of pursuing this story. Toward the bottom, I asserted, as Dr. Fetzer will explain, these results imply the existence of a cover-up that appears to involve members of the Secret Service and the United States Navy, including the President's personal physician, among others, and decisively establish the existence of a conspiracy to murder John F. Kennedy, as so many have suspected for so long. Well, Nightline was telling me that they thought they wouldn't pursue the story because they weren't doing any stories on the assassination, notwithstanding the fact that they had given Gerald Posner's book, Case Closed, ample coverage. It was therefore astonishing to me, after having been told that ABC was not going to pursue stories on the assassination, to discover that on the night of 30 November 1993, the following story was presented on Nightline by Ted Koppel.
It is only a few days after the assassination of President Kennedy. Lyndon Johnson has just assumed the presidency, and understandably, he is obsessed with learning as much as he can about the murder of his predecessor, and with finding a way to control how that information reaches the American public. One of Johnson's primary sources of information is the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover. Imagine for a moment if someone suggested taking you back in time to that moment and enabling you to eavesdrop on the conversation between Hoover and Johnson. That is precisely what the Johnson Library in Austin, Texas has just done. Today, it released tape recordings of President Johnson's telephone conversations for the period of November 22nd, 1963 to November 30th of the same year. The excerpt you will hear first has President Johnson questioning J. Edgar Hoover about the number of gunshots fired at the Kennedy motorcade.
How many shots were fired? Three. Any of them fired at me? No, all three at the president. All three at the president, and we have them. Two of the shots fired at the president were splintered, but they had characteristics on them so that our ballistic expert was able to prove that they were fired by this gun. The third shot, which hit the president, he was hit by the first and the third. The second shot hit the governor. The third shot is a complete bullet. That wasn't shattered, and that rolled out of the president's head. It tore a large part of the president's head off. And in trying to massage his heart at the hospital, on the way to the hospital, they apparently loosened that, and it fell onto the stretcher. And we recovered that. And we have that. And we have the gun here also. Were they aiming at the president? They were aiming directly at the president. There's no question about that. This telescopic lens which I've looked through, it brings a person as close to you as if they were sitting right beside you. And we also have tested the fact that you could fire those three shots that were fired within 3 seconds. There's been some stories going around in the papers and so forth that that must have been more than one man, because no one man could fire those shots from the time that they were fired. We've disproved that by the actual test that we've made. How did it happen? They hit Connolly. Connolly turned to the president when the first shot was fired, and I think in that turning it was where he got hit. If he hadn't turned, he probably wouldn't have got hit. I think that's very likely. When the president got hit, the second one? No, the president wasn't hit with the second one. I say if Connolly hadn't been in his way. Oh yes. The president no doubt would have been hit. He's been hit 3 times. He's been hit 3 times. On the 5th floor of that building where we found the gun, and the wrapping paper in which the gun was wrapped had been wrapped, and upon which we find the full fingerprints of this man Oswald. On that floor we found the 3 empty shells that had been fired, and 1 shell that had not been fired. In other words, there were 4 shells apparently,
and he had fired 3, but didn't fire the 4th one.
Well, your conclusion is A, he's the one that did it. B, the man he's after was the president. C, he would have hit him 3 times except the governor turned.
I think that's correct.
4, that there's no connection between he and Ruby that you can detect now. And 5, whether he was connected with the Cuban operation with money you were trying to...
That's what we're trying to nail down now. Because he was strongly pro-Castro, he was strongly anti-American, and he had been in correspondence, which we have, with the Soviet embassy here in Washington, and with the American Civil Liberties Union, and with this committee for fair play to Cuba.
This exchange between J. Edgar Hoover and LBJ is remarkable for many reasons, not least of all because J. Edgar Hoover claims to be able to tell where those shots were aimed, as though anyone apart from a shooter himself could explain what he was trying to hit apart from what he actually does hit. And also because Hoover claims that if John Connally had not turned in his seat, that the president would have been hit by a 3rd shot. But considering their relative locations, the only way in which John Connally's turning could have allowed or inhibited another shot from hitting the president would have been if the shot had been fired from the front. This was therefore profoundly disturbing. Plus, Ted Koppel seemed to be receiving all of this news as though it were a very close approximation to what would actually emerge from the Warren Commission report, when in fact, in general, it contradicted the conclusions of that report. I therefore sent a fax the following day to Nightline describing some of these discrepancies, addressing it to Lisa, who is the person who would answer the phone if you were to seek to contact Nightline, Lisa or one of her colleagues. I said, "Lisa, someone ought to tip off Ted that almost everything that Hoover is telling LBJ about the assassination is false, or at least inconsistent with the version presented in the Warren report. For example, he says that 3 shots were fired in 3 seconds. Oswald's rifle, however, could only be operated at the rate of 2.3 seconds per manual operation of the bolt action. So if what Hoover is telling LBJ is true, then Oswald could not have been the assassin. He also says that the 1st and 3rd shots hit the president, while the 2nd hit the governor. But 1 shot completely missed and injured a bystander, as even the Warren report eventually conceded. If what Hoover is saying is true, then there would have had to be a 4th shot. Moreover, it is because 1 shot missed that the Commission had to resort to the magic bullet theory, which was required to explain how all those wounds in JFK and Connally could have been caused by only 2 bullets. He also says they have tested the rifle and found that it could fire 3 rounds in 3 seconds, but that is utterly untrue. The Oswald rifle had to be rebuilt in order to be tested, and even in the hands of master marksmen, it could not perform this fast. FBI ballistics experts are supposed to have been able to tell that the 1st and the 3rd bullets were fired by the Oswald rifle, but in fact only one of the bullets, the one allegedly found on a stretcher at Parkland, was sufficiently intact to make such a determination. Hoover also tells LBJ that the shots were fired from the 5th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building, but Oswald was officially on the 6th floor, disregarding very strong evidence that he was on the 2nd floor having a Coke at the time of the assassination. Strictly speaking, therefore, if what Hoover is telling LBJ is true, then Oswald and his Mannlicher Carcano are completely vindicated by the FBI. If what he is saying is true, the Warren report is false. Now, I may have been especially struck by the evidence that was being presented here in the form of this conversation, because as an officer, a commissioned officer in the Marine Corps, I used to supervise marksmanship training at the same rifle range where Lee Oswald took his marksmanship training. And I knew from the nature of Marine Corps marksmanship training that Marines are not instructed in the use of bolt-action rifles. In fact, Oswald received his training with an M1, which is a semiotic weapon, and not a bolt-action rifle. In addition, Marines are not given instruction with the use of a telescopic sight, nor are they taught to fire from a tall building, nor are they given instruction at shooting at moving targets. I also knew that Lee Oswald's marksmanship record was quite meager, that in 1956 he had qualified with a 212, which is the qualification of a sharpshooter, the 2nd highest rating in the Marine Corps. But while Gerald Posner makes much of that fact, since there are only 3 ratings in the Marine Corps, sharpshooter is also the 2nd lowest. Plus, 3 years later, in 1959, Oswald qualified with only a 191, having dropped 21 points in the meanwhile. 191 is barely qualifying because you must shoot 190 to qualify. Well, if he dropped 21 points between 1956 and 1959, there's every reason to think he would have dropped at least 21 more points between 1959 and 1962, in which case he would have been able to fire at most 170, which is not even qualifying on the marksmanship range. Who knows how bad a shot Lee Oswald might have been by 1963. Moreover, however, in the aftermath of this fax to Nightline, I was astonished that night when World News Tonight with Peter Jennings opened with a story on the LBJ tapes. And to give an example, they replayed part of the exchange between Hoover and LBJ. I was utterly dismayed to hear them play the tapes in an edited version, so that where J. Edgar Hoover had said 3 shots in 3 seconds, now they had edited that sentence, which was false, to the single word 3. And you could even hear the edits at each side of the word 3. So instead of having the complete sentence that Hoover had uttered, which was false, they now played an edited version of the sentence consisting of a single word, which was true. Strictly speaking, what Hoover is telling LBJ and what would later be found in the Warren Report cannot both be true, but could both be false. If Lee Harvey Oswald, for example, was merely the patsy he proclaimed himself to be. But instead of pointing this out to the American people, ABC News chose to utilize the method of selection and elimination once again. Well, I did not give up my efforts to get this story out, and in fact, on the same day I sent my fax, I received a phone call from Mark Nelson, who's an associate producer for Nightline. Mark Nelson told me he wanted to get to the bottom of this. He wanted to know what was going on here and asked me to send him my stuff. So I sent him a complete set of stuff with a cover letter I show here to Nightline. He asked me to propose a headline for the story. Has new scientific evidence refuted the Warren Report? I can imagine better titles than that. But in any case, I sent all my stuff to Mark Nelson, and that was the last time I heard from him. After I sent him my stuff, he refused to take my calls. On the same day, however, I sent a package of materials, the set of materials we presented at the National Press Conference on the 18th of November, to Lawrence K. Altman, MD, who's a writer for the New York Times, specializes in medical and scientific issues. Dr. Altman had specifically been invited to attend our press conference at the urging of Gary Aguilar, but had not made an appearance. So I sent him copies of the material we presented in the hope that there might be some response, but to my acute disappointment, there has been none. Trying to cover another base, I thought I would send copies of this material to a respected columnist, namely Ellen Goodman of the Boston Globe. I did so, as you can see from my cover letter, but in fact, once again, there has been no response. Having failed to get this story out by working from the top down, I decided perhaps a better tactic would be to seek to work from the bottom up. And I have therefore given a series of lectures on this subject, reporting these new findings on my own campus here at the University of Minnesota, Duluth. After presenting one of these lectures, I was extremely gratified by coverage given by the student paper, the UMD Statesman, which, as you can see here, covered the story fairly extensively with a headline which no doubt gives me more credit than I deserve, because while I suggested to the writer, Zach Johns, that JFK cover-up exposed might be a good lead for the story, he executed it by adding by UMD professor, but of course it was not I who had exposed the cover-up, but rather Dr. Mandick and Dr. Livingston. I was merely in the position of reporting it. Nevertheless, he got everything basically right. Consider the subtitle, Fabricated Evidence Links Kennedy Assassination with Federal Government. Absolutely correct. New findings in the assassination of JFK. Look in the box. Autopsy, x-rays, and photographs prove fabricated. Magic bullet theory proven impossible. Kennedy hit at least 4 times, once in throat from in front, once in back from rear, twice in head from front and rear. Autopsy drawings and photos of Kennedy's brain concluded to be of a brain other than JFK's. It was an excellent article which covered several pages in part, and also addressed the issue of the failure of the national press to respond to this material. It was even accompanied by an editorial by Zach Johns in which he very discerningly suggested that if we are being lied to by the federal government, how can we trust the federal government, and what becomes of our concept of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I thought it was a commendable effort. Subsequently, I contacted the local newspaper, the Duluth News Tribune, and after sorting things out, for a good number of weeks, the News Tribune invited me to submit an opinion piece that described the results of our inquiry, and it was accompanied by an article discussing how a local professor had become involved in investigating the assassination of JFK. I was grateful for their coverage. Here's the article that they published that I had drafted for them. To date, therefore, the situation is that the most extensive coverage about these major developments in the assassination is to be found in the student newspaper of the campus of the University of Minnesota, the UMD Statesman. For those who are interested in learning more about the assassination, I want to recommend a number of films of high quality and also some books that are valuable resources for further inquiry. The first I would mention is a film entitled Executive Action that appeared around 1976 and characterizes the assassination in terms of a scenario involving wealthy oil men in Dallas, in the Dallas vicinity. This, I thought, was an excellent piece of work, and when it appeared, it was accompanied by a pamphlet. I have a copy of it here. I picked up several at the time because I was very impressed that the documentation that supported the film was made available at the time. Notice it's several pages long and includes photographs and references to relevant works that have to do with the assassination, and suggested how well supported, in fact, was the scenario presented by the film at the time. It has occurred to me in retrospect that if Oliver Stone had followed the lead of Executive Action and had provided a similar pamphlet at the time the film was shown, he might have done a great deal to disarm the critics who were seeking to dismantle the film even before it appeared on the screen. However, I must say it is astonishing in retrospect to consider the vicious and unwarranted assaults to which that film was subjected. What eventually did happen was that Oliver Stone and his screenwriter, Zachary Scar, published a book that includes a documented screenplay as well as a rather large collection of letters and columns that were written about the film that concerned the controversy that arose about it. I must say that anyone who has a serious interest in the assassination, including persons who have been engaged in the study of the assassination for long periods of time, have a great deal to learn from the documentation and research that went into the production of this film. Anyone who maintains that this film was not well researched and well documented stands refuted by this document. I say you must take this seriously. It shows that Oliver Stone really had invested an enormous amount of time and effort in gathering research and in justifying what he put into the film JFK. Second of all, I mentioned the film The Two Kennedys. This is an Italian documentary. It's somewhat crude in its production values, but there's some excellent footage of the assassination. It includes, for example, portions of Malcolm Perry's press conference that occurred at Parkland and other footage that is of considerable importance. And it also does a great deal to describe the climate, the political climate in the United States at the time with regard to issues such as race relations, the Vietnam War, and so forth. I highly recommend it, and it can be found at most local video stores. The third film I recommend, of course, is JFK in the form of the director's cut. The director's cut includes 17 minutes that were not included in the original version. I've already indicated that this film was thoroughly researched. The depiction of events in Dealey Plaza is probably the most accurate that's ever been presented to the American people. I strongly recommend the film. In the 17 minutes that have been restored, you find additional discussion about probable conspirators, including several mentions of Charles Cabell as someone who was probably involved in the assassination. The Men Who Killed Kennedy is an extremely interesting film that has in fact appeared on national television on the A&E channel as a 5-part series. It is very high quality, very well produced. It happens to advance the thesis that the assassination was executed by some French drug-related hitmen. I happen to believe that that thesis is false and without foundation. Nevertheless, there's a great deal of excellent research in this film, and much can be learned from it nevertheless. JFK, The Case for Conspiracy. This is a new film just released by Robert Groden. In fact, the opening footage that I presented about the assassination, from the plane landing to the pronouncement of his death by Walter Cronkite at Parkland, was a re-edited version of the introduction that Groden presents in that film. I re-edited his footage for several reasons, including that I wanted to emphasize several points that he did not provide. I wanted to add some information about the motorcade route that he did not supply, and I wanted to exclude some footage that did not advance the issues that I wanted to focus attention on. But it's also the case that in the original, in the version that Grodin presents in his film, that he has introduced the sound of rifle shots. You can actually discern at least 5 of them based upon the acoustical evidence that was obtained through the acoustical tape from Officer McLean on his motorcycle at the time, as I observed when we watched that footage. Now, I did not want to beg the question by presenting the sound of those rifle shots as though it should be taken for granted that that was the way the assassination had occurred, nor did I want to convey the impression that the assassination had been recorded in sound in an uncontroversial way, and therefore I edited his footage. But nevertheless, there's a tremendous amount of good material here. I'm very grateful to Robert Grodin for permitting me to use his original footage in lectures that I give on the assassination. And I think that a great deal can be learned from this film. Books. Mark Lane's Rush to Judgment, I've already mentioned it at least once, perhaps twice, during these presentations. It's an excellent book, very high quality analytical study of the assassination. Even though it was published in 1966, there's a tremendous amount to be learned from Mark Lane's book, Rush to Judgment. I recommend it highly. Josiah Thompson's 6 Seconds in Dallas. This was simply a superb frame-by-frame study of the Zapruder film. Life magazine would not allow Josiah Thompson to publish the actual frames from the Zapruder film, but they did allow him to publish drawings based upon them. They were supposed to be exact drawings. In fact, they're very good drawings, because the issue controversy had arisen over the frames that were damaged while in the hands of Life, frames 207 through 212. Life magazine actually allowed Josiah Thompson to publish prints of those frames, which can be discovered late in the book. I think that the results that Josiah Thompson reached in his study are compromised by the realization that the Zapruder film has been extensively edited. Nevertheless, in terms of the material available to him, I think it's difficult to imagine how a better study of the assassination could have been conducted at the time, and it's one that, as you know, arrived at conclusions very different than those of the Warren report. Gary Shaw cover-up, 1976. This is one of the best uses of photographs I've ever seen. It's only available in a limited edition paperback, but if you can obtain this book, there's a tremendous amount to be learned from this book. Several of the documents that I have shown you, including the original, the signed copy of the Theron Ward death certificate, are reproduced in that book. I recommend it to you very highly. Excellent. David Lifton's Best Evidence, 1980, is probably the single best book ever published on the medical evidence in this case. Lifton, as you know, was the person who reconstructed the diagram, the footprint of the president's wounds based on the Bethesda autopsy. As I've indicated before, Lifton opts for the body alteration theory, but I must say that the evidence supports the disjunction that either the body was altered sometime between Parkland and Bethesda, or that the photographs and x-rays have been fabricated. Of course, we have discovered that the photographs and x-rays have been fabricated, but it's still possible that the body may in certain respects also have been altered. So I do not believe there's anything in the evidence we produced that shows that the body itself is not subject to some degree of alteration. That remains an open possibility. Jim Marr's Crossfire, 1989, may be the best general introduction to the assassination in all of its complexity. It's a large book, but it's relatively easy to read. It's very clearly written. It's very comprehensive. If I were to suggest to someone who wanted to become serious about the study of the assassination a single book they might read, I think I would recommend Jim Marr's Crossfire. Excellent piece of work. Robert Grodin and Harrison Edward, Livingstone High Treason, 1989. This is a very good, rather sprawling work. It's somewhat difficult to read. It's almost as though you had two different books that were tucked together, pieced together by two different authors. It does not read very smoothly, but nevertheless there's a tremendous amount to be gained from it. It has a huge amount of information, lots of photographs. It's an excellent and important work. Mark North, Act of Treason, 1991. Anyone who wants to pursue the relationship between LBJ and J. Edgar Hoover would do well to obtain a copy of Mark North's Act of Treason. This is virtually a chronological study of correspondence between the two of them, and it's very revealing by reading between the lines to understand what's going on in terms of their relationship. Although I didn't point it out, at the end of the clip from Nightline, LBJ ends his conversation with Hoover by telling him that he's not merely the director of the FBI as far as LBJ is concerned, but a close friend and a brother of more than 25 years standing. And J. Edgar responds that he appreciates his confidence. Harrison Edward Livingstone, High Treason 2, 1992. This work is extremely valuable, especially because it summarizes many interviews that the author conducted with participants in the autopsy at Bethesda. In particular, you'll find interviews with Gerald Custer, James Jenkins, Dennis David, and the like. It's a quite valuable book also because it has a very fine collection of autopsy photographs, some in color, others in black and white. For photographic evidence, this is an excellent place to turn. It also has an appendix in which a photographic analyst discusses the possibility that the back of the headshot represents a scalp that's upside down inserted onto a cranium as the most plausible explanation, one to which I referred during my previous discussion. Charles Crenshaw, JFK Conspiracy of Silence, 1992. I've already described that book for your benefit. It's a very fine, easy to read, rather short book that nevertheless presents very clearly what it was like to have been in the unusual, even remarkable position that Charles Crenshaw discovers himself to be in on not only the 22nd of November 1963 when he participated in assisting with the medical treatment of John F. Kennedy, but also on Sunday the 24th of November 1963 when he assisted in the medical treatment of Lee Harvey Oswald. A remarkable study from a person who's been in a remarkable position and who has been very courageous in coming forth with a public statement about his experiences and what took place at that time. Oliver Stone and Zachary Clark's JFK, the Book of the Film, 1992. I've already recommended that to you. As I say, invaluable not only for individuals who want to learn about the extent to which the screenplay was justified by extensive documentation, but for even serious researchers who want to learn more. There's much we can all learn from that film. Finally, three books that are very recent: Peter Dale Scott, Deep Politics and the Death of JFK, 1993. Harrison Edward Livingstone, Killing the Truth, 1993, and Robert Groden, The Killing of a President, 1993. Peter Dale Scott's book is a very high-level study of the general political atmosphere in the United States at the time of the assassination. He describes the prevailing forces in the country from whose perspective the assassination of the president and the replacement of JFK by LBJ represented merely an adjustment in doing business as usual in the United States. He also offers fascinating evidence and revelations about other highly placed individuals, especially in the Eisenhower administration, who might have had an interest in or a motive for seeing the JFK assassinated. He also gives some fascinating assessment of the possibility that Lee Harvey Oswald might have been working for the Alcohol, Firearms, and Tobacco Administration at the time he was living in Dallas, which might possibly account for his obtaining a cheap rifle through mail order with minimal identification, since the Alcohol, Firearms, and Tobacco Administration would have an interest in how easily that could be done in violation of laws, federal laws against or regulating interstate sales of firearms. It's also interesting because if Oswald was working for the Alcohol, Firearms, and Tobacco Administration, that turns out to be a branch of the Treasury Department, as does the Secret Service, which suggests that there might well have been individuals in the Treasury Department who had responsibilities for both the Secret Service and the Alcohol, Firearms, and Tobacco Administration, might have had knowledge and an awareness of Lee Harvey Oswald's existence and location in Dallas. Harrison Edward Livingstone's Killing the Truth, 1993. Harrison Edward Livingstone was the author who invited us to participate in a press conference in New York City in 1993. Because he has had somewhat uneasy relations with the press, I think that perhaps our association with him in that capacity was a mixed blessing. Nevertheless, we did accept his invitation to participate in the press conference. Killing the Truth focuses on what he takes to be the Dallas roots of the conspiracy, but he also reports recent research by David Mantic, by Gary Aguilar, and by myself. Finally, Robert Groden, The Killing of a President, 1993. This is surely one of the best compilations of photographs in the history of the assassination. While I do not agree with all of the descriptions that Grodin provides as textual commentary on the photographs, to offer one illustration, he presents a photograph of a copy of the Altschins photograph and even a close-up on the windshield and describes it as not showing any damage when manifestly, in fact, it does. Indeed, this is one of the clearest copies of the Altschins photograph I have seen yet. And if you take a look, I think you will find that the evidence of a bullet hole through the windshield is there precisely as I have described it, but also goes on to provide a number of indications of Secret Service complicity in the assassination. As I mentioned at the time, this is the only place where I only place I've discovered a discussion of the presidential limousine hesitating at the ramp before entering Stemmons Freeway so that William Greer could obtain information about where to secure medical treatment for the dying president from other parties in the lead vehicle. So this is a remarkable book, a wonderful compilation of photographs. There's a lot of very important evidence in this book, and I strongly recommend it. Jack Kennedy and Jacqueline Kennedy lived a life of culture and education. They used to have wonderful parties at the White House where they would invite the leading figures in literature, science, and the arts, poets, historians, novelists, and the like. On one of these occasions, Jack Kennedy had a gathering of Nobel Prize winners present, collected together in the White House. And he said, in relation to the political genius who may be more responsible than anyone else for the American form of government, by contrast to this group assembled, he made the following observation, that this was the greatest collection of talent and ability and intellect ever gathered at one time in the White House, except when Thomas Jefferson dined alone.